Hey, pseudonym, welcome. Huh. Suppose I could just start. There's probably not a lot of other people that are going to show up. Why not? Hello everyone, I'm the Nerdy Fool, and welcome back to Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. We're picking up where we left off, where we've been captured and put on this Dark Eldar, I don't know, city? I was going to say ship, but I don't think it's actually a ship. I think it's a city that's in the webway, if I know the lore correctly. Yeah, whatever's going on. We lost our whole party. We were separated from them. We found Iliad and Abelard. Pascal is somewhere. We need to find him. And then the other two, Heinrichs and Cassia, have been captured by an Eldari experimenter of some sort who's wanting to continue experiments on them. So we've sort of been just let free to wander around, but we're expected to go back to the arena to fight in it, to earn prestige or whatever. I don't know what I want to do at this point. I think the goal will be I want to find Pascal. Yeah, we need to find Pascal in the streets of Camorra, and then eventually we need to help Heinrichs and Cassia. We don't really have a plan for that yet. But I feel like I've already gone everywhere and we didn't find Pascal. So, yeah. If we go to our map, we've got, not trying to see where the different paths go. Oh, I guess that is not a doorway. So we've got to the anatomical opera, which is where the experimenter guy was. The pit. The mangled sector. Yeah. It's just to the experimenter's guy, the anatomical opera, which we just left, or back to the mangled sector, or back to the pit. Or go back to the arena. So, were you to the... Yeah, over here, which can get us to the mangled sector. Which of course we've explored before, but we can check it out again. That was down here. Oh, hello Pascal. I don't think you've been there the whole time. At least I hope not. If we've just walked past you a bunch, I'd feel bad. The crooked figure wrapped in crimson looks nothing like the Pascal Hahnemann you know. Before his silhouette, hunched though it may have been under the weight of his potentia coil, used to radiate authority and the power of restricted knowledge, now he simply looks broken. His raiment is soiled with dark red bloodstains and black blotches of sacred unguents. His mechadendrites wriggle sluggishly like dying snakes. Pascal does not look at you, for his gaze is focused inside his own body. There is a horrible gaping wound in his chest, and you see glinting, clanging mechanisms squirming within. Pascal has plunged his fingers into the wide, dripping maw of the wound, and is in the process of palpitating his metal innards with great care. Look at him closely. Pascal, can you hear me? What happened to you? Kill Pascal, I will help you. Yikes. You are done for. I'm leaving. Let's just look at him. It is difficult to say if the procedure that Pascal has undergone was torture, sacred augmentation, or vivisection. His flesh is covered in fresh sutures, interspersed with wounds that no one has taken the trouble to stitch up. An ordinary human would have long since bled out, but the Ferrum Sanctum sustains the bodies of the adepts of the machine god. His metallic insides are exposed to the eye in all their vulgar and bloody nakedness. Yeah, the experimenter guy that we talked to, I don't remember his name, but he said that he tried to add some of their tech into Pascal just to see how it would react. So I don't know if Pascal's managed to pull all of that out, or if he's dealing with that as well. Pascal, can you hear me? This statement is true, Ignatius. Pascal looks up at you. His skin has gone yellowish and clammy from the lubricant-like sweat that is something strange, and there's something strange about the pupil of his left eye. You look closer and realize that its shape is no longer round. It is a tridecagon. They replaced the pupil in his left eye. Okay. What happened to you? An act of defilement. This unit was subjected to a profane invasion. The dry words coming from the Vox speaker rustle like sand. Under the cold layer of formality, you sense panic. A xenos touched my Ferrum Sanctum, removed parts of it, and changed other parts, branded my true flesh with ulcers of forbidden metal. What became of you after our capture? This unit was immobilized, transported to the laboratorium of a xenos with the designation Tervantius the Archmachinator, studied, anatomized. That was the name, Tervantius. His vox begins to vibrate ominously as if he is about to burst into a hysterical scream. Then this unit was changed. Its sacred augmentations were subjected to restructuring, complete replacement, modification. Then this unit received basic medical assistance. Then this unit. The voice from the vox speaker fades to a whisper. Then he let me go. Where are the others? No data available. Optimistic projection, they're dead. That's the optimistic projection. I guess after what he's been subjected to, you would think that to a lot of people, death is probably better. Is there any way I can help you? This statement is false. The voice from the speaker becomes drier and calmer. The impure augmentations were inserted into the technical cycle of the operation of my true flesh. The direct excision will, with an undetermined yet high degree of probability, cause the cessation of my vital functions. Pascal's fingers widen the edges of the wound. Blood mixes with the sacred unguents, trickles down his wax-like skin. His sunken chest contains more metal than you thought possible. You see the gray tissue of his lungs, pierced by dozens of thin tubes, an unfamiliar organ made of synthetic fiber, imprisoned in a cage of protective rings. The wide cover over his respiratory system that disappears into his trembling larynx. All these augmetics are riddled with small grafts of xenotech, clinging to them like rust. What exactly did they change? Detecting numerous replacements in chain of command distributors, alterations have been made to the operational algorithm of the encoder inside of my cortical augmetic. Pascal now speaks with a complete indifference and calm, as if reading out an inventory of spare parts in a warehouse. The chemical injector analysis has been destabilized. He falters and hints of humanity creep back into his voice. He sounds almost bewildered. There are other changes. I cannot understand what they are, what their function is. Why did they remold you like that? No data available. I hypothesized that the purpose behind these alterations was entertainment, curiosity. He was curious to see what was inside me, then he remade me to see what I would do next. He wanted to watch me rip his gifts out of myself. We've got purge your body of this corruption at once. That seems like a rough statement given that he's in the process of dying, and ripping out the augmetics without replacements likely would just kill him. If it does not pose an immediate threat to your life, leave the xenometal inside your body for now. We will deal with it later. You must be the one to decide what to do about the abhorrence inside you. Yeah, I think that's the best answer, rather than directing him to purge it immediately or ignore it for now. Just say, you decide. Request denied. This unit's purity and ability to make logically sound decisions have been compromised. Never before have you seen Pascal so lost and helpless. Okay. Then I would say for the time being, we need him helping us. I don't trust what would happen if he tried to purge his body of the corruption at once. So if it does not pose an immediate threat to your life, leave the xenometal inside your body for now. We will deal with it later. Once we get back to the ship, I think that's a perfect time for him to fully re-examine and have other tech priests examine him and work on getting all of his augmetics replaced or repaired. Right now, we need him here. Request denied due to violation of the 9th universal law. The alien mechanism is a perversion of the true path. There's resignation in Pascal's voice. You're a warrior of comprehension. Survive then and comprehend. You are right. You must not carry that putrescence inside of you. Or a heretical option we can't do. I'm going to attempt the 35% persuasion. Where is Cassia when we need her? You're a warrior of comprehension. Survive then and comprehend. Failed. Stubborn fury flares in Pascal's gaze. I am a warrior of comprehension, and I will comprehend whether I survive or not. Pascal sinks his hand into the open wound, crumples the fragile augmetics with his metal fingers, and tears it out. The metal piece drags wires and veins along, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth. His internal motors screech, and a cascade of convulsions buffets his body. The indicators of his potentia coil flash in alarm. His voice trembles with pain. Cleansing process initiated. The process will be completed. Now it is time to focus on regaining our freedom. Or kill Pascal. A cripple will only be a hindrance during the escape. I hope you understand. We're not going to kill Pascal. Now's the time to focus on regaining our freedom. Pascal's knees buckle, but there is steel ringing in his voice. Cleansing process initiated. The process will be completed. This unit is ready to serve. Praise the Omnissiah. Okay, we have found Pascal. I wonder if he is actually worse off, because he doesn't have any sort of effects on him saying that he's suffering from any conditions. Like, we've got... Oh, plasteel discipline. That's actually a good thing. I guess none of us have anything negative. Abelard has this stolen time. That's kind of forgotten about that, but yes. Alright, let's level you up, Pascal. You are now an exemplar as well. I gotta read all these. Gain willpower if they have no ranged weapons. No. The character's first melee attack each round deals additional damage for every cell between the character's current position and the spot where they started their turn. That's tempting, since Pascal is known to be able to move very far. And he usually only gets a single melee action each round. Yeah. I think that's a fine choice. And then I have to choose another one. Alright, so now we're getting a bonus to operative stuff. Perception of 10 or higher. His perception is 30. Yikes. No. Oh, he also regularly attacks enemies that are full health. So that's definitely a good option. Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, Forge World characters can use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. So we could suddenly get his persuasion, coercion, and commerce pretty high. Which, while typically not the focus for him, would help in this circumstance where Cassia's missing, and maybe for a while. I think for now I'm actually going to go with the calculated relations to help me through our current circumstance, and then next level probably grab the fresh target. So yeah, now we've got persuasion at 80 as opposed to 35, 30, 30. So until we get Cassia back, Pascal will be decent. And I think that was the last thing we had to do before just going back to the arena. We found Pascal. And it's possible there's other things and situations and people around. We've been through here a bunch of times, so I don't know. Hideous mutant does not look as cocky as the last time you met. Armed and not bleeding from 100 wounds, you must be a more formidable sight. How about buying yourself a pair of boots? The beggar shows off his filthy legs and surprisingly decent boots. Your boots. Kill him to end a life as lightless as yours is a laudable deed. Or leave. I mean, I feel a little bad, but he stole my boots. Mechanicum recycling protocols. Good morning. Main pie is full. Yeah, I feel a tiny bit bad, but overall, the beggar is mocking me about the fact that he stole my boots when I'm clearly armed. And he doesn't really have a life, given that he's on a Dark Eldar station as a human, just begging and stealing. So, yeah, I'm gonna kill him and take my boots back. The beggar refuses to die easily. He is desperately clinging to his life, choking on his own blood. Eventually, his protracted agony reaches its end. Alright, give me my boots. There are no boots here. the sole principle of the matter, yeah. Like, if he hadn't been mocking me about the fact that he had my boots, maybe it'd be fine. But when he's like, hey, do you want to buy some boots as he's wearing my boots? It's like, come on, man. You're just asking to get killed.
None shall stand in my way.
Let's see, anything new over here? Oh, right, there's all the goods that we were unable to open because we didn't have Pascal. And now Pascal can 100% open them. Nice.
Operation successful.
Reaver's tendons. Tendons enhanced with synthetic thread, 10 times more resilient than regular tissue, and capable of withstanding tremendous strain during flight. While the corpse catches your eye, you manage to cut a synthetic sinew, an expensive augment, out of the Reaver's broken body. Yeah, we've got a task from that Dark Eldar Technomat, or whatever he was called, to find unique body parts that we can give him. So yeah, we're going to go back to all the areas we've been before now that we've got Pascal back, and we can use his tech use to unlock all the things we had to leave behind. That's super good. Alright, let's, I think, go here to the left. We don't need to attack that beggar.
Experience?
And somewhere around here should be the thing that attacked Abelard and stole his life. I'm guessing it's you.
Speak, Elantark.
Actually, can I start the initiative? It's not highlighting that I'm attacking him.
Looking death across us.
Oh, goodbye. You look cool. Also, you are surprisingly not burned for someone I just lit on fire. He does have injuries, though. But I probably should have gone with the Melta then, if he wasn't going to light on fire. We'll go there. Irliet. You can be there, I suppose. And maybe... I can't even get up that close. I was like, maybe I'll put myself there. But I am just not positioned well. Put Abelard back a touch so that he can charge. Never mind, it's going to be able to move up to us. Because it's going first. Pascal. I'll put you over here. Actually, we'll put you in a tiny bit of cover just in case. Call that good. Let's see how this goes. Oh, that's a big hit. Oh, that's a very big hit. So yeah, he's got a fresh injury. He's got the unyielding beacon, so that's good. Devitalized. The creature has minus 50% weapon skill, ballistic skill, agility, toughness, and strength. Yikes. You have a shot on it from here. You do. Very good shot. Let's go with perfect spot.
If I must.
Slice attack.
Beneath me.
Mark it as prey, of course. Yeah, we'll give a piercing shot. and see what kind of damage we can do here.
No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Not bad. Then do we claim the bounty or do we set up a attack for next turn? We'll set up an attack for next turn.
I am not your xenos pet, monkey.
Now for ourselves... let's move forward. Do I waste a turn just lighting myself on fire? How much can I do with a Melta? Yeah, this is going to take several turns, I think. So let's light ourselves.
Not a problem for me.
Orchestrate flames.
Nothing I can't do. Already done.
Run and gun. We could attempt to light you again, or I could go with Melta because it hits harder. Yeah, let's go with the Melta.
Suits my purposes.
101 damage.
You were blinded by your own misery.
Oh, Abelard's dead. Ooh.
Do I need to do everything
Iliad's
myself?
dead. Why does Pascal not get turns, out of curiosity? Because we're back to our turn again. Well, I could do the desperate measures. It's not often we get into desperate measure territory. Actually, this is the same turn. So it has some ability that allowed it to go on my turn. It's still in the middle of Ignatius' turn. That gave it a chance to kill Abelard, move, kill Iliad on my turn. Whenever the enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against... oh, this is from Abelard. So these are things we've put onto it. What do you have that gives you... its runes are reduced to 2/3 and 1/3 for the first time. It gains an extra turn and the cooldown of devitalization is reset. Pain Engine heals and gains 10% ballistics, weapon skill, and damage until the end of combat. This bonus stacks. The target suffers a 50% permanent penalty to ballistics, weapon skill, toughness, agility, blah, blah, blah. Yikes. So yeah, the reason Pascal hasn't gone yet is hasn't gotten to his turn. Just this creature has gotten a whole bunch of free turns. This will allow me to take another attack. Until the end of combat, the Archmilitant can make one additional attack each turn, including the one on which... one additional attack on the turn the Desperate Measure was used. The first attack after using this ability each turn afterwards costs 0 AP. Suffers a minus 30 toughness until the end of combat and suffers bleeding. Yeah. Literally being punished for doing well and damaging it significantly. Yep. I dropped it too quickly, and so now it's getting free extra turns.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Alright, Heroic Sacrifice. So we're going to start bleeding, which is fantastic. Let's hit you with another Melta to give you another free turn.
All too easy.
Where you'll hopefully take out Pascal, and not us. Perfect.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Now this is unacceptable.
Alright, Pascal's down. And now it's back to my turn. where we melt it a third time and win. The rest of them were just there to soak up attacks while I won the fight. I think that's the first time we had to do a desperate measure, though. That's crazy. The biomechanical creature is flailing its limbs faintly. Its body is broken and bears the signs of combat, but it seems no one is planning to repair it. You can see the glistening flesh under its cracked carapace and the bunches of wires that permeate it. The armor plates rise heavily, and the creature emits a wistful, creaking sigh full of regret. You should regret your dumb decisions. The claw of Pascal's mechadendrite clangs loudly. The visor emits a series of clicks, switching the observation spectrum. Pascal's hands automatically reach for the combat tool on his belt, even as his eyes closely watch the dying creature. Let's examine the creature. Every limb of the creature, the hard ones on skeletal paws and the flexible ones on metallic cords, is equipped with a variety of implements similar to surgical tools. The jagged circular saws, twisting drills, and vibrating monoscalpels promise unbearable pain. You can clearly see the inside of the mechanism through the holes in its armor. Its gut can open to drag a hamstrung victim inside. Once the victim finds themselves in the monster's stomach, they will be pierced by injectors that will liquefy them. The substance will then drain to the reservoirs at the tail end of the creature. Address the monster. Can you understand me? Kick the abomination hard. Pascal, would you like to study this device? Finish off the creature or wait for the thing to expire? Let's try talking to it. Why not? Can you understand me? The creature emits a series of wheezing sounds. Was it an answer, moans of agony, or just the normal rumbling of its mechanism? There's no way to tell. It is trying to communicate. What are you? The creature responds with a series of choking and snarling sounds. After a moment, as if realizing that its language is not clear to you, it extends a fighting limb in your direction in a menacing gesture. The message is clear. I am a warrior. I am a killer. This is an engine of pain, Elentok. An executioner created by the depravity of my twisted cousins. Living flesh fused to a mechanism whose sole purpose is to inflict as much pain as it can. Elliot's face is contorted with bitterness and disgust. The Dark Ones are caught in a cycle of torment, desperately seeking pleasure in the suffering of others. This machine is but an instrument of their endless desire, a symbol of what they are willing to do to slake the thirst and fear that consume them. I mean, I don't see a circumstance like, I will not hurt you anymore. It's not like we want it to live. It's a creature designed specifically to cause suffering. Even asking it, what are you? All it says is, I'm a warrior and I'm a killer. Like, why are we trying to be friendly with it? I don't know. I'm just going to end the unusual exchange. Something burst in the creature's gut with a quiet squelch, and a puddle of oily ichor spreads from under its belly. Pascal, would you like to study this device? Request approved. Pascal eagerly unfolds his mechadendrites, and they all rush towards the monster. A shrieking drill cuts into the armor, while a claw hungrily snaps off chunks of the flesh pierced with strands of metal wire. The creature thrashes and wheezes but cannot escape the merciless vivisection. The collected samples are sent to a portable analyzer, and the tech priest's visor clicks, recording the procedure in pict images. Pascal suddenly freezes and takes a step back. Process interrupted. An operational collision has been detected. What was this machine built for? Presenting a hypothesis. This construct is a mobile execution chamber. A subject is immobilized by the implants placed inside the construct and subjected to highly painful disposal by chemical injection. The biological remains are preserved in the built-in reservoir of the construct. The initial chemical analysis of the remains yields an abnormal result. The vox emits a clanging metallic note. It is as if the pain of the victims of this machine is dissolved in them. It is circulating in the metal veins of this creature. It can feel everything. The nature of the damage indicates that the unit has been in combat. I hypothesize that its constructor sent it into the arena. Based on its current condition, the result of the combat tests was unsatisfactory. Otherwise, the unit would have been repaired. What made you stop? This unit is under the influence of conflicting impulses. The operational vector of cognition dictates the necessity of studying the subject. The operational vector of obeying the Omnissiah and his universal laws dictates the necessity of recoiling from the subject and purifying it. The operational vector of adoration before his might dictates the necessity of reverence for the subject where the natural spirit resides in synthesis with that of the machine. Mend this creature. We are taking it with us. That is an option. So if this thing is this thing more of a perversion than an outrage to you? And then either mend the creature, we're taking it with us. If you think it's alive and it's suffering, you're an explorator, study it before it gives up the ghost, or purge the corruption. Very interesting options. Is this thing more of a perversion? More than a perversion and outrage to you? The categorization. My mouth is not working. Is correct. The object is a perversion and an outrage, one dangerously close to the creation of an anathematized abominable intelligence. But it is also a miracle of his boundless polymorphism. Pascal's voice carries a metallic note. I don't know. Part of me is curious what I miss out on if I don't take it with us. Because this seems like it's a very interesting thing. But it's also just kind of a mindless, not necessarily mindless, but a killer. Like it just violently kills everything around. You can just see the bodies everywhere. It attacked Abelard, it just tore this guy to shreds in front of us. Not like it's actively doing something useful. It's just killing for the joy of killing. I'm going to say study it before it gives up the ghost. Try to learn from it, but we're not keeping it. And then we'll purge it, in my mind at least. You're an explorator, study it before it gives up the ghost. Request approved as doctrinally correct. Pascal leans over the creature, and the drill whirs, sounding shrill and relentless. The tech priest's voice hums with the ice-cold determination of a divine vivisector. Let the cycle be discontinued. Let ignorance be discontinued. Wow. Yeah, so they've got permanent wounds now, broken ribs, crippled leg, and head trauma. Fantastic. The fact we found ourselves in a fight that was basically, to my mind, essentially impossible. Like, there's no way we were supposed to reasonably handle that without injuries. Yeah. So we've got its pain converter that we can take to give to that guy. Life Sunderer. It's a two-handed ranged exotic weapon. Requires strength 60. Yikes. Rate of fire 9. Doesn't seem that impressive, all things considered. It requires strength 60 and it only does 5 to 6 damage. So I'm guessing Toxic Shot is just a single shot for 2 AP. And then Toxic Burst has got to be your 9-shot burst, but still. That is a lot of AP and a lot of strength required for a weapon that I'm not seeing what makes it so good. We'll take it, but I don't think we're going to use it. Force a light carapace. No, that's what I'm wearing. Heavy leather armor. Yeah, I think all of our heavy armor is significantly better than that, so we'll just leave that alone. Yeah, because we don't have any way... Normally we get our wounds healed up by going back to our ship, so I'm not sure how we heal them here. Because surely the game hasn't just forced us into a situation where
That was barely a challenge.
we have no way of getting our wounds healed until we finally get done with this whole section. So that'd be crazy.
Follow my lead.
Okay. Nothing over here. There was a safe we didn't open. Yeah, over here. So let's check that out. Oh, I guess we can't open it. Maybe we used the demolition charges to open it last time. Or maybe because we walked away, it's now no longer lootable, which would be a shame. We were just over there. Yeah, nothing lootable in this whole area. It's possible I'm misremembering, but I think it's more likely that we walked away and lost our chance, which is a shame because without Pascal, we didn't have much chance of opening any of the loot. Alright, let's walk around and see if we can find anything else to open. Because there were quite a few chests that we hadn't dealt with. Hello. You again. We keep seeing that guy. This time he ran towards us and then disappeared off screen. Weird. Or warp 95%. We're pretty good at lore warp.
Excellence matters.
Vega's corpse is disfigured by bony growths. Eyes, mouth, and tentacles are constantly appearing in the ocean of his flesh. It is difficult to mistake warp distortion of this severity for anything else. And Lord Xenos?
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
An empty vial is lying on the ground. It contains repitrophine, a stimulant that heightens one's perception of moving objects, but hinders their ability to see stationary objects. Huh. That way, I think, goes to the pit. So we'll hold off on that for the moment.
None shall stand in my way.
There's some goods. Give it a look, Pascal.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Alright, a switch that takes tech use that we couldn't do before.
Operation successful.
More random loot. Yeah, at some point we're probably supposed to go back to the arena. And I'm just putting that off for now.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Have we looked at this yet? Yes.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Amazing how good having a tech priest makes our ability to get places. Incubus Clave. It's a two-handed exotic sword. That actually is doing a good amount of damage. Not sure if we have anyone who can use it. Eldari Ranger Sight. Whereas Deadeye shots, critical hits triggers exposed weakness against the affected enemy until the end of combat. Interesting. Hand of Offense, the wearer's melee attack damage is increased by 12. Wearer's melee attack damage is increased by 12? That is a huge amount of damage. We're definitely going to check that out. Here. So you got good skill boosting stuff. What about you? Bonus to commerce and lore, bonus to Medicae. Medicaid might be needed at the moment. This boosts your melee skill by 0. Hang on. Psi rating. Oh. Uh-huh. So this is only good for Heinrichs. Gotcha. Looks so good, and now it's not. Did I shot critical hits trigger exposed weakness? Target the wearer's ranged attack fails a toughness resistance test. With the Mind Stem Pedal, they get exhaustion on that target. I think we'll replace that one. Transport adorned with massive blades would make a deadly weapon on the battlefield.
It's about time.
There was an exceptional monkey. Talking about me, or are you talking about the space angel? The man, words are not working for me. Common monkey did not last long. He may have survived. Yeah. The Space Marine. There we go. There's words. I don't know if they would count a Space Marine as a monkey. Mystic Ward. At the start of every combat turn, or at the start of every combat, the wearer's allies gain deflection equal to the wearer's psi rating. Ooh. Whenever an ally suffers any damage, they lose and loses non-temporary wounds. This effect is removed from that ally. So we would be giving every ally 4 deflection at the start of combat. Still monkey. Okay. Wasn't sure if they considered them something different because they're obviously different to us humans. Bruiser Boots. Whenever the wearer performs an area attack, they instantly provoke attacks opportunity from all adjacent enemies. Wearer gains toughness, temporary wounds for each attack of opportunity provoked by an area attack. So, if we put this on Abelard and had him do, like, cleave, then all the enemies would get attacks on him, which would give him temporary wounds, as well as stacks of his Vanguard ability. Huh. Neither of my items is terribly important. But I think we'll switch out the metronome. No. We'll switch out the ice-covered Aquila. We don't get hit very often, and we don't get crit very often either. And then the Bruiser Boots, probably for Abelard, makes the most sense. All allies in a 2-cell radius around the wearer gain 40% bonus to resolve from the Unyielding Beacon ability instead of the original bonus. Yeah, I don't particularly care about that. Okay, more goods.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Another tech use here.
Operation successful.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, looks like we have fully looted the place. Now we can go back to the pit, which was somewhere back here, I guess. Over here. See if there's anything we can do around here. And after that, I think it's time for the arena again, as much as I don't really want to fight for the amusement of the Dark Eldar. Okay, we are in a location where we're by ourselves and our party members are around, which is usually what happens when we are on our ship. But it didn't automatically heal Pascal. Let's try talking to each of our party members then.
May these instructions protect the machine spirits that serve me from the blasphemies of corrupted technology.
Pascal's deeply focused on drawing protective runes and sacred unguents on the metal surfaces of his mechadendrites. We have been betrayed, Pascal. How are you feeling after the punishment your body has taken? Any valuable thoughts on how we can get out of here? How does it feel to be in Camorra? It's a rare opportunity. Or don't lose your morale. We're going to make it. We've been betrayed, Pascal.
Reverse analysis is showing the act of sabotage to have been predictable. The directives to interacting with xenoraces warn about non-humans' proclivity for breaching contracts. The data concerning the unreliability of the unit, Iliad, has been archived.
Pascal's voice is dry and indifferent, but his drilling mechadendrites roars menacingly. Again, that was a thing that seemed odd to me last stream, is there was a lot focusing on Iliad being guilty and us forgiving her. But I don't remember her actually intentionally doing something wrong. So I must have missed something, or something wasn't explained thoroughly. She was the one who told us to go here, but it was because she thought there was some of her people in the area. Yeah, she's why we're here, because she said that she had heard our people were here. And when we got to the location, the Dark Eldar that we've interacted with before said, yeah, it was a trap he'd placed, sending out messages in order to trick us into thinking that her people were here. And so it's like, she didn't do anything wrong. She just believed the lies that had been intentionally spread to trick us. And we all fell into the trap, including her. So it just doesn't feel like she's guilty of anything. Just that she didn't recognize a trap was a trap, which none of us recognized. So the fact that everyone keeps on harping on, oh, she's guilty and she brought us here, it's like, If you recall, she became aware at some point and still tried to push you here. If so, I missed that. It's possible. But yeah, I don't recall that. So it just keeps being weird when everyone's just like, she's guilty. How are you feeling after the punishment your body has taken?
Functional parameters restored to suboptimal levels. In token of mourning for the loss of true flesh, the pain receptor blocking systems have been disabled. Algetic stimulation engaged in integral catharsis mode.
Do you ever regret turning down the opportunity to comprehend xenotech through your own flesh and blood? Probably not.
This statement is false. The adjacency of xeno-augmetics to the sacred metal of the machine god and their interaction with it resulted in algorithmic paradoxes and the blasphemous consequences thereof. The Omnissiah purifies and protects.
The mechadendrite clicks its claws resolutely. Any valuable thoughts on how we can get out of here?
Strategic recommendation. Analysis has shown that the non-human community is racked by strife. Exploiting the xenos mutual differences can result in temporary alliances that will provide the technological means of returning the unit from Valancius to real space.
Okay. We had kind of thought of that already, that we need to get... Because we'd talked to the Dark Eldar who set the trap. I don't remember his name. And discussed the idea of potentially working with him to try and get back at the people that he's against, because we're also against them. So a temporary alliance, sort of. So same idea here. How does it feel to be in Komorra? It's a rare opportunity. Not a good opportunity, but a rare opportunity.
This place is calling out to the Omnissiah for an act of purifying and gracious xenocide. The spatial disharmony observed here points to its anathematic nature. That being said, complete extermination is not advised. Those in possession of technological knowledge should be rounded up and subjected to interrogation and vivisection prior to disposal.
The Vox this quietly for a while. Yeah, don't just burn them all. We need to interrogate and vivisect any that might know technological secrets. Don't lose your morale, we're going to make it.
May the filters of knowledge bestowed upon us by the machine god protect us from the temptations and horrors of blasphemous revelations.
I'll take my leave.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
The Vox synth emits a rattling binaric mantra. Alright, who else do we have around? Iliad's over here.
You came back from the dark, Elentark? Unharmed.
Well, the Iliad's sharp features remain the same. The deep shadows around her eyes and her listless gaze give her the appearance of a living corpse. The Eldari looks withered and hunted, despondent. But when you approach, the restlessness in her eyes is replaced with a faint glimmer of hope. I mean, I wouldn't say that I was unharmed. That very start of us being dropped down the pit, bleeding, and I think having our hamstring cut was not a good position to be in. And a creature in our brain that was pouring hallucinogens into our head. Wouldn't call that unharmed. How are you?
My body has already healed. The wounds of the soul will heal one day too. For suffering is a part of our life, not unlike love and fear and the desire to learn. The paths help the children of Asuryan to endure any spiritual upheaval. And you, Elentark, did not allow me to stray from mine. For this, I am grateful.
Iliad nods gratefully.
And yet, neither rest nor our reconciliation can soothe the savage turmoil in my soul. Kruderak is lost. We are trapped. And the truth remains as hidden from me as ever it was. What happened to my kin? What happened to my world? And why did my dark cousin tell me less than he knew?
There is a roiling darkness in Iliad's emerald eyes that seems to search the very bottom of your soul. Probably because Kruderak was attacked by the Eldari, by the Dark Eldar, I'm assuming. And why did he tell you less than he knew? Because he's intentionally trying to sabotage you? What happened to you after the trial?
I was meant to share your fate, Elentark, and vanish in the Dark City's rotting underbelly. But the Fleshmaster gave a different order. His twisted mind was beset by a question. Could a child of Asuryan be saved from the gaze of she who thirsts with intense re-education? By replacing the influence of my spirit stone with the heady tang of pain that nourishes the followers of the dark ways?
Interesting question. Can Eldari of one group turn in... Like, are they physically the same? Where if a Eldari of one group decides to follow the ways of another group, can they save their spirit using those different methods? Don't know.
I donned the Executioner's mantle. They allowed me to keep my spirit stone in exchange for the suffering of others. I survived, prayed for Asuryan's mercy, and hoped to escape before the stone cracked under the torrent of pain and terror assaulting my soul. before the experiment was complete.
The crystal in Irliet's chest plate lights up with a crimson glow, and each of her breaths becomes more labored and restless than the last. Yeah, that's rough. You want to discuss something with me?
Not here. The words of my truth are intended only for your ears, Elantak.
Irliet gives a short nod. End dialogue. There were more things I wanted to talk about. Where are we going? Did we just take a couple of steps over? Ignatius, Irliet's usual pride and arrogance gives way to awkwardness and confusion. This is the first time ever having to explain myself like this, but you, more than anyone, deserve to know the truth. I understand how unworthy I am in your eyes. This may sound like a ridiculous excuse, but I did not want to betray you, Ignatius. I only wished to learn the truth about Krudorak's demise and find my kin. When I saw the shard of my world in your dwelling, that trophy mounted on the wall, I was beside myself with fear and rage, and when my dark cousin whispered in my ear that he knew the answers to my questions, I made a mistake. I trusted my kin, and fearing that you might refuse me if you knew where I had been getting my orders from, I simply asked you to direct the ship to the particular system. Okay, so yeah, she was knowingly following the Dark Eldar's orders and directed me. So she is guilty. I think this is the information I had been missing. That it was a deliberate act, knowing that we were being led into a potential trap, or at least being led to where the Dark Eldar were telling us to go, which should have been obviously a trap. Did I trust Marzahai? No, of course not. I thought he spoke of my kin's location to crush my soul, that he wanted me to go there and find only death instead of them. But hope for the better, prevailed over my faith in you, Elantak. Irliet sighs awkwardly, avoiding her gaze. Filled with hope, the thought never even crossing my mind that this single thread, forever slipping from my grasp, would lead us to the very heart of the Dark City. I'm sorry, Ignatius, and I wanted you to know that. Your faith in me, did I hear that right? I already told you that I know nothing about the shard. The trophy belonged to Theodora, my predecessor. I've always been honest with you, Irliet. You, however, lied to me from the start. I understand why you did that, and I forgive you, or I do not think I will ever be able to completely trust you. Your faith in me, did I hear that right? Irliet looks you straight in the eye. The time I spent with you, our conversations, the glow of your soul that only I can see, yes, faith, with you, She stammers, at a loss for words. I already told you that I know nothing of the shard. That trophy belonged to Theodora, my predecessor. So you are not the one to blame for the destruction of Krudorak, but your blood is? Irliet purses her thin lips. No, I will not condemn you and your blood. No more. My accusations have already cost us too much. Do I call her out for lying to me from the start? I don't think so. There have been some occasional lies, but I think in general she has mostly been honest. Just at the end here that led us where we are is the first major lie. I understand why you did that, and I forgive you. Irliet's eyes widen in surprise. I give you my word, Ignatius, I will never betray your trust ever again. You've shown great compassion by accepting me and forgiving my deed. I do not know if I would have been able to do the same. It pains me to know the hardships you had to endure because of me, and you still suffer in this cursed arena, in this cursed city. I also... Irliet pauses as if hesitant to continue. My soul is crushed, Elantak. The loss of Krudorak, the horrors of Komorra, and the Drukhari's attempts to re-educate me. I have fully paid the price. I have lost my path and can no longer meditate. My body and my soul know no peace now. And that means that she who thirsts will soon turn a predatory gaze on me. You are unable to meditate? Can that happen? How are you going to regain your powers now? Wish I could embrace you and give you comfort, but you cannot bear a human touch. Wow. This seems like a potential jump onto a romance with Irliet, which doesn't surprise me that there is such an option. We're technically romancing... It's been so long since she's been part of the party. The assassin. I don't remember her name. That's not good for our romance partner. But I'm pretty sure that whole romance has played its part. So it's like, I could try and jump to a different one. But as a dogmatic character, the idea of romancing an Eldar is probably not okay. I cannot help with meditation, but I'm prepared to stay with you and share the silence. That way you will be able to forget about the horrors of Komorrah, if only for a little while. I hope you find a way to deal with that, or everyone gets what they deserve. You're unable to meditate. Can that happen? I've heard stories about Eldari unable to reach their inner world because of anguish or madness, and every story has a tragic ending. How are you going to regain your powers now? I do not know. Sincere hopelessness rings in Irliet's voice. I'm not gonna go with the I wish I could embrace you and give you comfort. I cannot help with meditation, but I'm prepared to stay with you and share the silence. That way you will be able to forget about the horrors of Komorrah, if only for a little while. Irliet freezes for a second, then gestures for you to take a seat nearby. We had a saying in Kruderach. In silence you can hear a heartbeat, the music of the soul trying to burst out. Please, share this wordless song with me, Ignatius, and may it bring peace to us both. Well, that was nice. And yeah, we can't climb up that even though it looks like it should be climbable. Oh yeah, we still had more to talk to Irliet about. Wherever she's hiding now. So I thought she was in this area. Did they move her to somewhere else? Guess so. We've already talked to Pascal. Oh, hey, Malice. The Slith may have been gravely maimed, but his gaze remains proud, piercing, and malicious. And the Commissar now runs this place. We'll talk to you in a bit. Alright, we've got Abelard over here.
Lord Captain, I serve at your pleasure.
At your approach, Abelard straightens and grunts in pain as if something in his back crunches. How are you feeling? You haven't seen your departed wife again. That's a rough statement. Any thoughts on how we get out of here? Do you know anything about this place? How are you feeling?
I fear, Lord Captain, that without the intervention of an experienced rejuvenate adept, I will not be able to overcome this frailty on my own. Blessed throne, it is hard to be a helpless old man. I always hoped I would die, long before the day my back and hands gave out. And look at me now.
Yeah, I was hoping that when we killed that creature, he would somehow just get all of his health back. And he did not. You haven't seen your departed wife again?
Not once, Lord Captain. I am of sound mind and memory, and I live to serve House von Valencius.
Abelard strives to impart his usual severity and vigor to his words. They came out slightly contrived. So he may not have been entirely honest there, but we'll let it slide. Any thoughts on how we might get out of here?
I am sorry to say I do not. If we had our ship and crew at our disposal, we could be safely within its walls, conduct reconnaissance of this place, and in the end, meet our deaths in battle against the Xenos, as befits true servants of the God Emperor. However, we are deprived of our usual resources. Now we can only rely on our weapons and our wits.
Yep.
Van Kellogg's could probably tell you something about our prison, but his fate is as yet unknown.
Not totally unknown. We know that he has been captured and experimented on. So, yeah. Do you know anything about this place?
No, Lord Captain. And trust me, I hope to remain in this state of blissful ignorance until my dying day. Just knowing that this abyss exists at all is enough to poison my mind.
That's fair.
It is possible the Xenos Iliad could tell you something about this place. After all, she is in some way related to its denizens. And she is responsible for the fact that we are here at all.
Bullard falls silent, but his eyes make it clear what he thinks of the Eldari's return to the ranks of your companions. Yeah, I get that. I must take my leave. Bullard nods wordlessly and closes his eyes, both out of a desire to sleep and a desire not to see his surroundings even for a short time. So yeah, Iliad appears to have just vanished. And there was more I wanted to talk to her about, so I'm going to see, before we talk to the Commissar, because I'm guessing that's how we get back to the arena. Possibly? Maybe we just walk back to the arena. Oh, okay. Choosing our companions. Yeah, we'll just go with the same people. Right, because that acts kind of like our ship, where whenever we go somewhere else, we have to choose our companions. It's just weird to me that we didn't auto-heal like we do on the ship. There's got to be a way of healing from our wounds. Sure, they're not going to just all keep stacking up until we eventually get out of here. Like, fighting in the arena with our wounds constantly getting worse seems like a really bad time. We could try doing Medicae tests to cure them, but that seems like a very heavy use of our medkits. So let's see if Iliad's back. Yes. Let's finish our conversation.
You came back from the dark, Elentark? Unharmed.
I want to know why you did it. Everything from beginning to end.
You were asking why? How could I have trusted a monkey, Elentark? After Muaran told me that it was your kind that had attacked Cruderok. After I glimpsed a piece of Cruderok in your chambers. I saw that monkey hearts were full of hatred for me and my kin. And I saw how indifferent you were to the troubles of my kind. What else was I to do? Of the two sorrows, I chose the one that was closer to my blood.
I don't think this is terribly fair. Like, yes, there were multiple times that Monkey killed her kin in our attempt to find them. But every time she gave me a lead, I chased it down. And even when her people were attacked by humans at one point, we welcomed them aboard our ship. And then, yeah, our people broke orders and killed them anyway. But it's like, it should have been obvious that at least I was trying to save them. So I saw how indifferent you were to the troubles of my kind. Unless she's saying you as in Monkey in general, but us specifically, we have been doing our best to help her with her search. So that seems unfair.
Which is why I tried to find my dark cousin on the day he attacked Argonis. I used the commotion to slip away unnoticed and wandered the streets like a shadow in search of its owner. My efforts were futile. I returned to the palace in confusion. I waited for my fresh wounds to stop aching and for the watchfulness of the surrounding monkey to fade like the mist on an autumn morning. But still, I had my doubts. Perhaps, I thought, I should discuss it openly with you.
You definitely should have, yes.
That monkey Achilles. There was something wrong about him. He kept disappearing at night. So one day, I followed him. Achilles was contacting Marajai, using an artifact that transmitted his master's orders. That is how I learned that the burnt monkey was about to betray you. Which meant my only chance to discover the fate of my homeworld was about to slip through my fingers. I could not wait any longer. I killed Achilles, took the artifact, and demanded answers from Marajai. He hinted at where I could go to look for the truth. You know what happened next.
I wasn't even aware Achilles was dead. Because in the attack on Dargonus, we saved him from an attack. I think that's the last we saw of him. So you killed him afterwards? Huh. Did you kill Achilles? I mean, she just said she did. I killed Achilles, took the artifact. Did you kill Achilles? Seems like a weird question to ask.
My words will hardly console you, Elentark, but I killed the traitor. I fear the Dark Ones left too many scars on his fragile soul. Your loyal monkey broke, so I gifted him a swift death, free from the shame of betrayal.
Huh. Do not presume to know what he was about to do. So, she's claiming that Achilles was getting his information directly from Marjai using an artifact. Because we'd been wondering how, or Marjai was wondering how we knew so much information about where to go. And we know we're getting our information from Achilles, but Achilles was in contact with Marjai? Like, there's some connection there that's seeming odd to me. Do not presume to know what he was about to do? Yeah. He didn't seem like a traitor to me. At least there was nothing openly shown that I saw. And certainly the Inquisition trusted him, and they're usually pretty good at about knowing who to trust. Do not presume to know what he was about to do.
I know. Believe me, I know.
Okay. We went through all that, and you didn't even learn anything.
Alas, my cousin fell out of favor with the Archon. But even so, I doubt Marajai would reveal the truth. At least not before his dark soul was suffused with my suffering.
Enough about that. The quiet sigh of relief is her only reply. What do you know about this place?
Komorra. This city grinds down the will of the strong and torments any who get tangled in its dark web. The fools are the first to die, and the shrewd perish regardless. I have never been here before, but few children of Osirion manage to escape the Dark City without surrendering a part of their soul. So what is it that you wish to know?
Who rules the Dark City?
An ancient and powerful Drukhari named Asdrubal Vecht, the supreme overlord of the Cabal of the Black Heart, who reigns over all of the Drukhari with an iron fist. My dark kin consider him to be a living god. Much like your emperor on the Golden Throne, Vecht sits upon a throne of darkness and suffering that keeps Komorra's disparate clans from disintegrating. I would not want to meet him if I were you, Elentark.
So the Dark Eldar have an equivalent of the Emperor. I wonder how his power actually compares. Because the Emperor has shown his power many times, particularly before he was trapped in the Golden Throne in death. Deathlessness, I guess. He's not dead, but not really alive anymore at this point. Yeah, don't know. What about cities other than Komorra?
There are no other cities, Elentark. The Dark City has no bounds. It is a tangle of countless nightmare domains subject to a single ruler. An endless amalgamation of ever-changing and immutable dimensions. You cannot grasp its tenebrous grandeur, for even my life will not be long enough to visit all corners of the Dark City and the realms that border it. But it hardly matters where you go, for death lurks on every corner.
Yeah. And the corpse emperor of mankind. Yeah. It's a very interesting mindset for 40k where you worship the god emperor of mankind, but also it's basically a corpse left on life support being kept alive by the blood of thousands of psykers daily. Yeah. Do you know how we can get out of here?
The Dark City is pierced by millions of spires, and a webway gate may be hidden in any of them. It is the only way out of this place, and an impassable obstacle to any who do not know how to operate it. I know, and will help you should you so desire.
I do desire to get out of here, yes. The flagships of the Inquisition is the Emperor's grub hub. Never considered it that way. Have they ever really stated how, like, what the percentage is of the psykers that they pick up, how many actually get turned into useful sanctioned psykers versus how many are just fed to the Emperor? Like, is it, 50% are useful and 50% are, given to the throne? Or is it more like 1% is useful and 99% are fed to the throne? Like, yeah, that percentage-wise. Because if it's like, oh yeah, we're going around collecting psykers to train them up to be useful, and any that can't be trained for whatever reason, they don't have a mind capable of the sanctioning process, we feed them to the throne. And it's like, yeah, 95% are put to good use, but the other 5% are fed to the throne. Then it's like, okay, I don't feel bad about that. But if it's like, yeah, we're capturing all of the people, all the psykers found on all these planets, the young, children, the old, whatever, doesn't matter, and 99% of them are fed to the throne, but there's a lucky 1% that actually turns out to be useful, then it's like, yikes. I suspect the majority get fed, and it's only the strongest and trainable that become sanctioned psykers. It probably is more the larger percent that gets fed to the throne. But I was just wondering if there's any actual lore that gives that sort of breakdown percentage-wise. But I doubt it. But it wouldn't surprise me if it is the majority that are going to the throne. Because collecting psykers for the purpose of training them feels good. But collecting psykers just to feed to a throne, and it's like, oh yeah, as a side byproduct, we find occasionally good ones to train up, but the vast majority are just being fed to the throne. That feels bad. I have other questions.
But do I have the answers that you seek?
I apparently don't have other questions. Gather your strength. There are more trials yet to come.
So says a butterfly struggling in the Dark City's web. I will be close, Elentark, and I will support you in the coming trials, if you choose to let me.
Iliad's thin lips curve into a half smile. Yeah, okay, so that is everyone talked to. Besides the commissar. Wondering if you're going to be willing to give me some healing. My brothers and sisters, it is time for you to meet our greatest ally. Rogue trader Ignatius von Valentius himself is part of the resistance. I ask you, how can we fail with someone so mighty fighting on our side? The maleficent xenos have already tried to kill him in the arena, yet their efforts were for naught. The Emperor protects. The commissar gives his inspirational speech while looking you right in the eye without a shred of shame. His words draw smiles of amazement and exultation from the people around him. You have never seen any of them before. The exact percentage of psykers you get directly absorbed by the Emperor is difficult to determine, but it is safe to say that a substantial portion are used as a power source. Yeah. Yep, that doesn't surprise me. You traitorous maggot. I have questions about you personally. Not at Malice. Was it not our intention to kill him? Not the fighters. What do you think of those people? What do you think those people will do to you if I tell them your true business is? attack, you're relieved of your post, Commissar. Not at malice. Was it not our intention to kill him? The Viper is surprisingly hard to kill. He's chock full of life support augmetics. I figured a new pet would be a nice bonus to claiming victory and having the den back. Besides, new recruits need a target to practice their aim on, right? Malice looks horribly maimed. One of his arms has almost been ripped off and now is hanging on by sinew alone. His acidic voice, however, is the same as before, and so is the bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Just their aim? What about their close combat skills? Let me out, make me suffer. Put me against 3 of yours, 5 of yours, unarmed. Good entertainment for your people, is it not? It's the least he deserves. He is my trophy, you know, not yours. Hand him over. Either let him go or execute him. I abhor torture. Keeping in a cage is pointless. He could be of so much more use to you. Or I see. I mean, long-term torture is what Kimura is all about, which we are therefore against. So I kind of agree with the I abhor torture. Keeping him in a cage is pointless. He could be of so much more use to you. You're not thinking of striking a deal with this crafty beast, are you? A word to the wise. It's the surest way to die. That spawn is wiles like you wouldn't believe. He convinces you to trade a cup of water for a battleship. Then you blink, and you've got no water, no battleship, only a head shot full of holes. I have questions about you personally. I've got nothing to hide. There can be no foibles in a disciplinary officer's past or present. The Commissar winks at you. Who are you really? What do you mean by that? Are you asking what my name is? It's Iako Sotony. I didn't lie about that. You want to know my trade? I've got none. I was born in a hive that was suffocating from overpopulation. All I did my whole life was just survive using whatever means fate would throw my way. You want to know who I serve or who I believe in? Myself, and myself. No one else. Maybe you meant to ask what my calling is. That would have been an interesting question indeed. I think I may be an artist at heart. A beaming smile lights up the Commissar's face. How did you come to be in Kimura? They were forming an Astra Militarum regiment on my planet. Thousands of morons bought the Commissar's grok shit about rations and glorious duty that is protecting the Imperium. I wasn't one of them, of course. However, it soon turned out that those thousands of volunteers weren't enough. That's when the planet's governor conscripted the entire population of 17 hive levels, everyone who was of age. I lived on one of those levels. That's how I became a soldier. Or to be specific, how I joined a penal legion. Our regiment was branded from the start for some heinous act committed by one of our dead predecessors. When they left us to die at the hands of the Drukhari, I decided I'd eaten enough crap out of the Imperium's hand. I beat our Commissar to death and convinced my unit to surrender. And that's how I ended up here. You look like you're enjoying yourself here in Kimura. You seem surprised. You're the rogue trader here. You're the one whose former life was sweeter than this one. But for a commoner like me, our beloved Imperium is just as much of a deadly, treacherous, deceitful place where everyone wants to use you and kill you. The only difference is that nobody here demands that you jump for joy about the way things are. So yeah, I like this place more than my former world. No more questions. Praise the Emperor. Sure. I'm sure you're praising the Emperor. Requires dogmatic votary. You may be fake, but you have the makings of a true leader. People follow you, and as hollow as your promises are, the courage that you inspire is real. The Imperium needs people like you. It's an interesting idea of, you know, you could be a commissar for real. If you decided to leave this. I'm gonna go with it. The Imperium needs people like you. He barely stops himself from bursting into laughter. Oh, give me a break. I'm telling you, Iako, sure, the Imperium's treated you like a dirty cannon fodder before, but now it really needs you, I promise. Even if I were an exemplary leader and a real commissar, who cares? This isn't the Imperium. The game is different here. Instead of staging a fake escape, you could stage a real one. You have the resources, you have the people, so use them. The Emperor will guide you. Well, that was a joke, as if you could make a good leader keep play acting. No, you have the potential to escape here if you wanted. The Emperor will guide you. Wait, you're serious? Escape from this foul nest of misery just like that? Yeah, right. Then again, I suppose I do have weapons, provisions, and fighters. The commissar's mocking smile slips away, leaving him deep in thought. He glances at you in surprise, as if seeing you for the very first time. You really mean it? The whole thing about getting out of here and starting over? Ah, void damn it. Now I can't get it out of my head. I'll think about what you said. I need to come up with an escape plan. A real plan. You feel as if he has just undergone some indescribable change. As if now you are looking at not a lying fraud, but a true hero of the Imperium. Well, now that I've gone through that, I don't want to do these other ones. Like, he's actually considering an escape plan, so just trying to get the rest of the people to kill him seems not as good. I have other business to attend to. The Emperor protects, comrade. The commissar expertly hides his derisive smile under a grimace of a loyal, lofty pride. Okay. If you got a derisive smile, then it seems like you're not thinking about it too hard. Whatever. We've completed the Survivor's Revenge quest. If we go to completed quests, I'm curious to see what it says about that. Survivor's Revenge. Here we are. Rogue Trader was tricked into fighting as a gladiator. The one who did this can likely be found in the pit, the den of the Streakers. This is where the Rogue Trader should go if he wants to get even, and also to equip himself with decent gear from Malice's stores. Okay, so there's no statement of what long-term consequences that's going to have. But possibly he will try and escape. Dimensional tear, blah blah blah, yeah. I guess now we go back to the arena. Kind of hate that. But I think it is what it is. And we're going to be going in with long-term traumas that I have no real good way to heal. I suppose I could try and have someone Medicae. So we've got a 50 Medicae on ourselves, 45, 45, 90. Perfect. If we go to our consumables, large med kit heals 1 fresh injury, or if none, 1 old injury on a successful Medicae test. Removes 1 fresh injury, or if none exists, attempts to remove 1 old injury. So let's give Pascal some of these.
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking, my cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
Alright, so if we save again, I don't know why I'm saving again right away. Pascal, try and medicate yourself.
My frail organics require it.
No.
Integrity factor increased.
So, are we able to see the check he's doing? Because it says it attempts it, but it doesn't seem to be working.
Required it.
If we used the larger med kit, it says that same general idea, heals 1 fresh injury, or if none, 1 old injury upon a successful Medicae test. So does that work?
Function as one.
What is going on here? Suffering trauma, crippled arm effect, head trauma effect applied. It suffers trauma, crippled head trauma. I am confused what's happening with all that.
Integrity factor increased.
I'm probably going to reload because this doesn't seem to actually work. But I was curious if I could just heal myself. But yeah, it's not even appearing to do any sort of roll. So yeah, let's reload that. I don't know. It looks like I'm supposed to be able to do Medicaid tests to heal. But it doesn't seem to work. So, not really sure. I mean, arguably I could go with these, the advanced medikits. But that is a similar idea of attempts to remove an old injury. Which is what these say. So, I don't know. I think we're going to be forced to go into the arena with injuries, which I'm not thrilled about. But oh well. Arena was this way, I believe. Yeah. Let's give it a go. Let's look at our formation. Is it? It's not bad. I'm fine with Abelard being up front. Are you sure you wish to collect the remaining trophies and leave this location? Yes. I suppose we did pick up a couple of items from some of the creatures we've killed that we could have taken back to the Technomat. Something we could have done. Thirsters of woe and exquisite strife awaits you. The bloodstained proselytes will face the sophisticated killers of the Cabal of the Poisonous Whisper, and the challengers who have already survived one fight in the arena will go against a fresh battle meat provided by the Cabal of the Wounded Skies. I read it fast thinking it might go way too quickly, but I seem to have guessed wrong. That is, sticking around. They've got portals in their arena? Oh, I guess in our arena. Alright, let's put Dearliet there. Throw ourselves here. Various Drukhari gladiators that look like they're mostly all melee. Abelard, let's have you go this direction. And Pascal, I guess I'll put you here. And we'll see how it goes. First perfect spot.
If it serves your cause.
The Sliths are rank 3 sniper. Oh. Well, that just seems unfair. So we've got 2 snipers that I was not aware of through the portals. Alright, let's have you focus on taking down the snipers, I think.
If I must.
Then what? Cover efficiency, I don't think matters here. Yeah, you're not in cover. So, could do analyze enemies. What does this even do? Kind of haven't paid attention to operative stuff. They hit a target with an exploit stack. It deals more damage. Okay. I think I'll go precise shot. Then we'll just take our shot. If I do Deadeye, I get some bonuses from her equipment. I don't really need Deadeye. 64 to 93. If we did Deadeye, 70 to 101. It's slightly more. I think I'll just go with a regular shot.
I understand your intent. Fortune favors the swift.
Okay. We could claim the bounty. May not kill it, but we can hope. The other thought is I could do in my sights on the other sniper. Let's try taking you out.
Death with my hands.
Perfect. That gave me 2 AP. So let's do analyze enemies on you, sniper.
If it serves your cause.
And then in my sights on you.
If I must.
I think that's pretty good. All right. This is always the challenging thing because I don't have Cassia to give me free turns.
Suits my purposes.
Like, as powerful as my character is, he's powerful because Cassia's there to make him more powerful. So I could try melting. Anyone that I can hit multiples. Yes. It's probably better than igniting.
Alerting me was your biggest mistake.
I'll call that pretty good. And no real point in inflaming because it's just myself that would be hit. So yeah, end turn. Pascal. What to do with you? So I could move you forward and hit 2 of them, while taking an attack of opportunity here. Is that what I want to do? I don't know. If I use this here, it does not nearly enough damage. Yikes. You have way too much health. 363 health. Yeah. Wow. Alright, analyze enemies. where it hurts doesn't apply because they're not under any sort of ongoing damage. Let's do a reckless abandon, which is a bit scary. Then Medicae Mechadendrite on yourself.
We function as one.
Damage over time doesn't apply because no one is, and damage over time. Yeah, a lot of his effects are based on enemies with damage over time effects, which there aren't any. So, I guess just hit.
Machine spirit.
You are now damaged over time. I mean, might as well use this. No real reason not to give him 4% more dodge. Ow.
Just a minor setback.
Alright, Abelard. What can you do? Yeah. Go with... pull out your melee weapon, dude. There you go. Reckless Strike. Sworn Enemy.
It will be done.
Sworn Enemy here. Probably going to want defensive stance as well. And endure. Let's see. Normal melee strike. Power swing we don't need. Harsh shove. Does the same damage. But knocks them away for strength bonus cells. What's your strength bonus? 7. We push them away 7 cells. I'm curious because there's a pit there, and I think they take damage if they can't slide back. This uses how many action points? Only 1. Well, then go for it.
Indeed.
Dodge. Well, that's not what I wanted. Hey, Pomegranate, welcome. I'm doing good. Huh. Well, we could still do a secondary attack for 2 AP. I mean, I could technically do an attack for 1 AP. No, 2 AP regardless. This one just gives us bleeding as well. Alright.
Victory is imminent.
There we go. Get some bleeding going. And then do I do Endure to reduce incoming damage by 3 and gain some temporary wounds? Or Defensive Stance? Gains 10 plus 2 times Unyielding Beacon stacks, which would be 2 times 2, so 14% parry until their next turn. Whenever they parry, they immediately make an attack of opportunity with a minus 20 penalty against the enemy. So, slight bonus to parry or reduce damage and temporary wounds. I think I'm going to go with Endure.
It will be done.
Probably call that good enough. Perfect. Now, how would you go about finishing them off? Probably can just do a basic shot. And the bounty has a good chance of killing them. So just give it a shot.
You moving?
Perfect. You might be able to shoot through both of these guys. If I went for something like that, yeah. Let's go with piercing shot for the overpenetration. Pull the bold gives more if they are marked as prey. Deals more damage. Target's armor is reduced. Target's for precise attack. They don't have a dodge or a cover bonus, rather. Alright, I will mark you as prey.
This tedium is beneath me.
Just because I can.
I understand your intent.
Pull the bold. Analyze you as an enemy.
If I must.
And then let's super kill you.
I am not your xenos pet. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Perfect. And then in my sights, I think, on who? Probably you. You're not going to be dead anytime soon.
This tedium is beneath me.
Flesh is weak, yet iron knows no pain.
Alright, it's back to us. I'm going to do steady superiority, I think. I can decide that afterwards, though. Do I want to focus on finishing this one off? Or do I want to help out? Probably help out here, because Pascal is getting kind of swarmed.
Not a problem for me.
It's a good melt-a hit. Are you on fire? You're not. Never works out how I want it to. Alright, but steady superiority will give me an extra attack.
Time is now.
Let's go for a second Melta. Well, that is the one that we just said Irliet will shoot on her turn. But it does get to go... No, that's this one that gets to go. That one is after Irliet's turn. So we should take out this one first.
Nothing I can't do.
Not quite dead, unfortunately. You are on fire. So let's just orchestrate flames. And inflame.
Nothing I can't
That
do.
should kill it.
You didn't stand a chance.
Perfect. We can then do Revel and Slaughter, which might allow me to run and gun. No, because we are out of AP. That is a shame. I probably shouldn't have done Orchestrate Flames. I probably shouldn't have. I mean, I definitely shouldn't have. Ah, well. Pascal. Let's have you do an Analyze Enemies here. You are bleeding, which means you can actually make use of the where it hurts. Oh, well, indeed. None of us are perfect. Yeah. Minor mistakes. We're still going to win the fight, so it doesn't really matter. But it is always nice to try and figure out optimal options. This doesn't clear those effects, right? These additional effects are removed to start the executioner's next turn. Alright, so yeah, let's use this, which will give him penalties for bleeding. And then we will go with where it hurts. Does that only count for single attacks? No.
Request
Okay.
denied.
So then if we hit here, it'll hit both of them. Perfect. And you got high momentum, so I might as well make use of it.
Activating force mode sacrament.
You missed? There you go. Ibis. Ibis runs his fingers along the edge of his blade. Your former your former captives. You have a chance to rectify the mistakes that made you forfeit your Archon's favor. One of the witches lets out an acerbic laugh. I doubt Euremerus will change her mind, and Sinisthoria will surely not want to give up her new plaything. Marajai glances at the witches, his eyes brimming with a sea of powerless rage. A moment later, he looks at you. His expression changes slightly, one eyebrow arching, as if he is trying to make some agonizing decision. I was told I'd be facing untested fighters, not the champions of the arena. Look Marajai in the eye. My offer still stands. Would you consider switching sides? You will answer for everything you have wrought, or in the name of the God Emperor. Yeah, I'm going to see if we can get Marajai to join our side. I don't know if I want him long-term on my crew, because I don't think there's anything that's going to change his general attitude to not being an awful Dark Eldar. But at least for the time where we're trying to figure out how to escape, having him on our side feels like it would be useful. Would you consider switching sides? Elentok. Iliad chokes, unable to continue. Foolish monkey. The former Dracon of the Reaving Tempest is the property of the cult, and only the succubi have the right. The tormented expression on Marajai's eyes vanishes, to be replaced with the malevolent resolve you've come to know. Your offer is accepted, monkey. What did you say, you arrogant wretch?
Smite the xenos! The sound!
So he's not on our team, but he's fighting on our side. Well, I think more of the same. Put you guys where you were before. Because why change things up when they seem to be working so well? Mystic Ward. What is that? Character has their deflection increased upon taking damage and losing non-temporary wounds. The effect... Oh, that's from my amulet. So yeah, they're not giving us the bonuses we got at the end of the last fight, which I suppose is fair since we are fully healed. It is a new battle. Alright, let's do the usual of lighting myself on fire, making sure it doesn't go out, then a run and gun. And then probably looking for a group that I can multiple. I didn't realize I didn't have to specifically target a person. I can target areas in front of them. So yeah, I can take out these two. And so, well, not take them out, but hit them for a lot. And so I shall. And then flame doesn't help because the only one on fire is myself. Here, Liet. What are we gonna do with you? Luckily, there's no snipers up here anymore, so that's good. I would like her to take out the sniper that's firing back at us, probably. They're all difficulty 3. So it doesn't really matter who I choose to target.
I understand your intent.
We'll start with you. Although there's something to be said for firing at these ones, just so I can get the shot going through. 86. First, let's go with perfect spot.
If it serves your cause.
Since you're in good cover. Then precise attack to get rid of your cover bonus. piercing shot. Feels like it's pretty good. And then we'll take the shot.
If it serves your cause, fortune favors the swift.
Nice. We'll call that a good turn. Ouch. Ouch. Alright, Pascal. You can get basically anywhere. So I'm tempted to have him move over to here so he can do a big area attack on all of them. Plus, I think he gets bonuses depending on how far he's moved in a turn. How far does your attack reach? It does reach forward, so I could go here, so I'm not taking a penalty from moving through their squares. So yeah, let's move you there. Then this should allow you, yeah, to hit both of them. If you were one square forward, I think you could actually hit all three of them. So, let's move you there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. So I need to make sure I'm leaving 2 AP. Let's do an analyze enemies on you because you have a name and therefore are potentially scary. We will do reckless abandon and then heal ourselves. These don't help because you're not under any ongoing effects. You are. Let's just go with this hit. Parry. Come on. Oh well. Good job, Pascal. Then Abelard. I moved you here and then had you charge. Yep, you could do it. So go there. Then we charges 2. So let's do a reckless strike. Then a charge.
I will do my duty.
Well, that didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. Then we can do a basic attack or even a shove. .64 is not amazing. Why is your ability to hit so terrible? Is it because of your crippled leg? No, that's just your agility and movement points. They must just have really good dodge. Or parry. Yeah, let's attempt to shove you.
It will be done.
Nice. And probably endure is better than defensive stance, at least until he gets more stacks of unyielding beacon.
Try harder.
Marjai, you're gonna get yourself killed. Well, I don't overly care, I'm just letting you know.
I'll live another day.
Alright, there is a reasonable chance that I can possibly get a line with these 3. Because obviously where we stand, that's not the case. But if I moved somewhere here, and then tried... Nope, that hits Pascal. That is definitely not what I want. Here. That hits that person attacking If we were back here. No. There's probably a spot that I could pull off this hit. That's definitely too far over. Here, maybe? No, again, that's hitting... I could just light you on fire and then do the inflame, which would kill that one. And possibly... No, probably not you. Is there really no way to line up that hit? Because it feels like... Yeah, it's hitting Pascal instead. That is a shame. Alright. With that in mind, it seems like there's not going to be a way that I can really hit you and them. If I was, say, here, I can hit the two of you. Which is probably fine.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Flame doesn't help us because you're not on fire. And I can't use either of these because I haven't done quite enough damage, unfortunately. That is a shame. Yeah, I think I'm just stuck. Alright. Here they are. What can you do? A shot here is going to hit Pascal, which isn't ideal. So maybe we have you take out this one that is threatening Ignatius.
I understand your intent.
Some additional damage. Get a hopeful crit.
I am not your xenos pet monkey.
And take the shot.
If it serves your cause, I'll deal death with my hands.
Let's mark you as prey and see if we can take you out with claim the bounty. Not quite. I don't want to use her abilities, I don't think. Oh. Pascal's taken some pretty big hits. Oh, I kind of forgot you still existed. Ouch. Alright, Pascal. You can easily kill her. And that's probably what I'm going to have to do with you. Yeah, just start by taking her out. Only 77%, unfortunately. I did analyze enemies on her. Then expose weakness decreases dodge, parry, and armor. Just to ensure that the attack goes through. 97%. There we go. Take her out.
Successfully terminated.
And then attempt to medicate yourself because you've got an injury. Perfect. And that's pretty good. Yeah. Abelard. You could get over here. Who do we have left? So we've got you. Ah, I kind of didn't spot you. Hiding out. Anyway, if we go here, then can you charge here? Yes, you can. But you're not going to be able to move after that.
I've seen worse battles
Whatever,
than
it's
this.
fine.
Once you a target.
I can hear her whisper.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. You're too far away. Let's just do endure. Defensive stance. Might as well do bulwark.
Bring it on.
Didn't realize that you could attack from that side.
Still draw breath.
Alright. Let's light you on fire.
Nothing I can't do. I'll tear you.
Then run and gun. Light you on fire.
My purpose. Is here.
Then inflame.
Easy.
Still not dead. Alright, get a free attack.
Can't.
And light you on fire again.
Nothing I can't do. Posing me was your biggest mistake.
The finale, as bloody as it is disappointing, the pathetic amateurs who were wrongfully proclaimed champions of the arena have been brought down at the hands of unworthy challengers. Impale the failures and glory to the victor. Get on, monkey, and tell Tervantius that he will pay for this insult. Marjai shakes the blood off his blade and turns to you, battle fury still blazing in his eyes. A moment later, his lips twist into a smile. Well now, one can only marvel at the fickle turns of fate, rogue trader. Sometimes we all have to contend with circumstances that make any ally count. Abelard is trying to convince himself, looking at the Xenos in indignation and dismay. Yeah, I agree with you, Abelard. Elliot raises her weapon, uncontained rage flashing in her eyes. I will do what the Alantok did not have the courage to do. Ah, cousin, you have inexplicably managed to earn the forgiveness of the one you betrayed and pushed into Kimura's embrace, and now you intend to go against his will by killing me? Your Lauda de Suriani restraint is failing you, much as it has before. He's so awful. Elliot hesitates for a few moments and shrinks under the mocking gaze of the Drukhari. So, monkey. Marjai looks at you with a strange expression as if struggling to comprehend what has just transpired. You really are intent on escaping from the chasm, aren't you? Bold ambitions for arena meet. Call me monkey one more time, and this partnership is over. Well, Xenos, are you ready to serve me wholeheartedly and discharge your debt? I have no desire to die for the spectators' amusement. I take it neither do you. It's a reasonable statement. It'll take us to the chasm now. Let's talk somewhere quiet. The Shrieker's Den will do. Yeah, we'll just go with I have no desire to die for the spectators' amusement. I take it neither do you. Never. And I will break out of the arena, avoid the cult's executioners, and make Imerus and Nazvake pay for every moment of my humiliation. They will take us to the chasm now. Let us talk somewhere quiet. The Shrieker's Den will do. Yes, we have much to discuss. I will head there now. Do not make me wait. So he is joining our party now. Marjai is a Drukhari and a Dracon of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest. Marjai does not use human weapons and can wear either Drukhari armor or, if he learns the required feature, Eldari armor. Marjai's unique ability deals strength-based damage to Marjai himself. He does damage to himself and inflicts the bleeding effect on him. While Marjai is bleeding, he gains +3 resolve, and he can also obtain other bonuses as his power grows. He is an assassin. Assassins have unique parameters called lethality, whose value can change over the course of combat and is equal to either the assassin's dodge or their dodge reduction, whichever is greater. Assassins have a passive keystone ability called Seek the Opening, which allows them to see their enemy's weak spots. If the assassin attacks a target from the side that has an opening, the attack will be particularly effective and deal additional damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum wounds. The active Keystone ability, Aim for the Opening, allows the assassin to create additional openings on the side closest to them. Yeah, so that's what Cabela's class is. Hex Rifle. I guess we need to keep some of this Drukhari equipment just to see if any of it is better than what Marzai's. What he has. Something like that. I don't know what that random small thing is, but it's probably someone's head or something. Okay, we don't need all of these others. We already got one of them. Splinter pistol. We don't need the witch armors. Ooh, more of this stuff we can give to... what's his face? No, I wanted to keep that. Marzai seems primarily a ranged or a melee focused attacker. Let's see, we should be able to go... This portal stitches 2 pieces of Comora's subdimension into a phantasmagorical canvas of the surreal. I was hoping to get up there to loot. Is there a way? No. Yeah, so those portals don't reopen for me. That's a shame. And a level up. So, next rank of Exemplar gives us a skill boost. We only really have one skill we're working on, so let's just keep boosting that. Lore Warp. And a second tier archetype talent. Fortress World characters gain bonus to ballistics, blah blah blah. While in combat, into their turn, character gains a stack of never stop shooting. That doesn't matter. Don't think any of this particularly matters. Force weapons, which I don't use. Heroic Act by the Psyker decreases Veil Degradation by 3. That's so minor. Whenever the Archmilitant or their ally uses a Heroic Act or Desperate Measure, it gains +1 and plus 10% damage on all attacks until the end of combat. Gains +1 what? The Archmilitant gains +1 and plus 10% damage. +1 what? I mean, I like the plus 10% damage. But the +1 is confusing. I don't really do the versatility thing, so that doesn't really help me out much. Begins combat with 2 stacks of versatility. That's nice. Killing an enemy with a melee attack makes all the Archmilitant's ranged attacks this turn cost less AP, and vice versa. As long as the Archmilitant has killed at least one enemy with a melee attack this round, gains bonus to dodge. No. Yeah, I don't know about any of this. I don't really use any of my Archmilitant abilities particularly much. Yeah, I don't know. Enemies that were forced to make a resistance test by the Archmilitant will make any resistance test from any source with a minus 24 penalty until the end of combat. That's neat. So what are these? Because they're locked. Cost of wildfire is reduced by 1 AP for every 3 stacks of versatility instead of 4. I don't have wildfire. It sounds neat. I'm just going to go with the custom to glory, even though it doesn't seem that impressive. Why not? Alright, for you, awareness is your primary skill. Demolitions and lore xenos are also pretty good. I'm going to go with lore... Actually, how's Pascal's lore xenos? It's better. He's always in the party, so I don't think I need to have you necessarily as a backup there. I think you are my best demolition at the moment. So let's have you boost demolition. Have I marked anything? I have. Let's go with pierce the armor. Why not? For you, Abelard, athletics and carouse are kind of your best two. Athletics gets used regularly enough, so I'm gonna have you boost that one. And then... Sure. Lastly, Pascal. You've got a lot of good skills. Currently, you are the best Medicae we have. Perhaps I should boost that. Get that to over 100. Sure. Being unable to fall prone does seem neat, because it's happened to him a couple of times. Wounds based on Medicae instead of toughness does seem interesting. If I grab that, it doesn't show right now the change, but his toughness is 40 and his Medicae is going to be 100, since we're boosting it here. So, I don't know how much that's going to increase his health, but definitely a maybe. Yeah, we'll go with that. Just give him more health. So currently he's at 74 without this. Right? Yeah. So with the level up, where does that put him? 110. So we gained 40... No. 36 health? If I'm mathing okay. That's not bad. Then let's get out of here.
Victory awaits.
That does not appear to be the way out. Let's get out of here, I said. Oh, we've got some people impaled. You scum, I don't want to die. I beg you, end my suffering. This poor soul was cut up with sadistic precision to make the process as excruciating as possible. Hey, we are getting to loot the snipers. Hello. Your lordship, an emergency meeting has been called in the pit. We need you, the commissar... something... The commissar told me to deliver this note to you. Receive the commissar's note. A hastily scribbled note saying, "You've pissed off the witches big time. You won't escape their fury. We need a plan. Meet me in the pit. The Emperor protects. Commissar." Interesting.
Follow my lead.
Cut the Drakari, broken captive. Let's go back to the guy here. Oh, never mind. Sector, unknown depths of the labyrinth dimension. Region Komora. Recording location, the chasm. Material, Gatharit Bloodfeather's hunt. Extracted from the bloody remains by the carrying hand, scalpel, and neurophage tentacle of homunculus elevanth. The rising currents carry the smell of pain, blood, ichor, and failed ambitions. The smell of the dark city. With my wings flung open, I weave a path through the spires. So is this the being we keep seeing with the wings that's been flying around? I weave a path through the spires like a dark lightning bolt, chaotic and unpredictable in its patterns. To fly is to hunt, and everyone in flight hunts everywhere and everyone else. Even I, Scourge Garthate Bloodfeather, do not have the privilege of invulnerability around these parts. I may become someone else's prey, except probably not today. This day, I am the hunter. My homunculus-modified olfactory receptors pick up the scent of my prey, and I tread cautiously as I approach it. The stench of Monkey is foul but varied, and the scent of my prey is quite telling. A powerful specimen, brash and reeking of the blood of others. I descend to the minaret that grows out of the near spire and provides me with an excellent view. Accelerated reflexes allow me to assess the situation. It is a fraction of an instant. It is time. But I still decide to wait and get a better look at the prey, or I act. So yeah, that's the figure that we've seen around a few times. Get a better look at the prey. A male monkey, a pampered upper caste cub who was fed and equipped with the best their race can offer. It certainly arrived in the Dark City recently, the city which has not yet managed to leave a mark of perpetual expectation of doom on its flattened snout. The most glorious game which clings to life, the strongest and leaves the sweetest death essence. The reflexes urge the muscles to act. I act. The shard carbide spews forth a stream of crystalline projectiles that howl and shatter as they pierce the flesh of the prey. A deadly slashing blizzard drapes the street in bloody snow. The bodies of random passers-by, caught in the fire, falling to the ground. This is a common occurrence in the spires. Everyone around me flees from the field of death, whose borders I have made clear. The prey falls, but it is still alive. I did not expect the hunt to end with the first salvo. The prey is badly injured. I can easily finish it off in the open. The prey summons companions to its aid. Awareness is trying to locate me among the tangled spiked minarets, or breaks into a run. Probably try and locate it. It's only 77%, but see how it goes. Succeeded. Its frantic gaze is looking for my winged figure. The hyperpupils allow me to examine the prey's face. I can see its eyes scrutinize my gear. There's no need to hide anymore, so I stand up to my full height and emit a wailing battle cry. The prey know what will kill it. The prey summons companions to its aid. A mistake. I unleash a new fan of crystalline shards, and the flesh of the prey blossoms with new cuts from my projectiles. Anyone who tries to approach it will be killed by the brittle shrapnel. The prey should have run away. not giving me more chances to cripple it. The prey is weak. The prey breaks into a run. Clever. By escaping from the open streets, the prey has deprived me of the advantage of my long-range weapon, but I will not let it escape, so I spread my wings and soar over the alley, pelting the prey with bursts of indirect fire. The chase must not end too soon. The petitioner wanted my prey to die slowly. There is a strangeness to the movements of the prey as it dashes away one moment and freezes the next. My receptotrophin altered pupils are adept at detecting movement, but they are worse at perceiving stationary subjects, and my prey seems to be aware of this. The prey... These sort of stories are weird to me, where things are locked in place, because, like, I am an exceptionally good psyker. So it's weird that I can't just light it on fire and get on with my day. Toughness, 85%, flees down the most predictable and straightforward route, hoping that strength does not abandon it. Agility of 100%, slips away using the bodies of random passerbys as cover. Or ballistic skill, 95%, grabs someone's weapon from the ground and returns fire at random. I mean, it's nearly 100%, and attacking back feels better than just trying to escape. So take some shots. I am a soldier as my starting class. The air fills with gunfire. As soon as the prey fires the first shot, everyone starts shooting at everyone else. This chaotic firefight engulfs the entire street. It spreads across the dark city like wildfire, mindless and violent. I am forced into a steep dive, spinning around and dodging the tracks of multiple projectiles. The damn trick worked, and I let out a frustrated squeal. The hunt continues. The prey managed to elude me for a moment by ducking into a crowded street. The jet booster on my back emits... You have a jet booster? You have wings. Emits a stream of ghostly blue flame, and I continue my pursuit. As I storm into the street, I see the prey again. This is a nice catch. The petitioner wanted me to deliver the prey to her, but I decided to do something different. When it is over, I will impale the body of the prey on a spike protruding from the highest spire, so that it serves as a testament to my victory. My flight is swift. Everything unnecessary and atavistic had been cut from my body, so that air currents carry it like a projectile from a splinter rifle. Alas, this is also my weakness. I'm so light, even a small obstacle can throw me off course, but the prey has no idea how vulnerable I am in flight. A will test. I had a 150% chance to succeed. The initial horror caused by my sudden attack has already worn off. The prey has suppressed its panic and is acting decisively and boldly, a commendable triumph of will over instinct. Seeking to slow me down, the prey... 35%. It turns some bystanders against me. Tech use, 30%, bars my way with a cataclysm. Or Lord Xenos, 10%, slips away with the skill of one who has lived here their entire life. Oh no. Do I go with the 35%, it's not popping up, the 30%, or the 10%? I guess we will try the 35% to turn some bystanders against our attacker. Failed. Not a huge surprise. Rolled a 45 on the 35%. It only takes the prey a couple of furious shouts to convince those huddled in the alley that a monster is coming for their heads. Lies. I'm only pursuing the prey. I'm met with frantic gunfire, and after making a sharp ascent, I take a pair of plasma grenades from my belt and hurl them into the crowd. The few who survive the explosions fall to the ground in terror. The fear that the prey had planted in them is weaker than the fear that I evoke. The conclusion is drawing closer. As I turn the corner, I triumphantly realize that I have driven the prey into a dead end. It is time for the massacre. The poison I received from the petitioner as payment for the hunt is contained in the crystalline projectiles that should have worked by now. It will slow down the nervous system of my prey, weaken its muscles, and render it unconscious. Carouse is not one of our best skills, so we failed that. When I spot the prey, I am pleased to note the early signs of the effect my combat toxin is having on it. Its movements are slow, and it is blinking often. Spots are floating in front of its eyes by now. The prey... Come on, can't I just use my psyker abilities and light you on fire? No? 20% chance with demolitions. Looks defenseless, and I attack, failing to notice the trap it has laid out for me. Athletics of 0% is not where I expect it to be. Having climbed the ledge of a wall, it lunges at me and bellows. Or logic of 0%, it lunges at me first. I realize too late that it is not desperation, but cold determination behind it. Nope, still no using psyker abilities. I guess I will do the 20% demolitions check. Looks defenseless and I attack, failing to notice the trap it has laid out for me. Which failed, of course. I see a monofilament stretched between the walls, a primitive trap indeed. I fold my wings for a moment, and I tear it down with a blow from the muzzle of my shard carbide. Everything will be over in moments. Like, hopefully they actually let me have tests that aren't, minus 20 tests. Because I can't succeed at those. Because I'm not using my psyker abilities. The outcome will be decided in close combat. Wasting no time, my prey and I seize one another in a violent, furious embrace. Every decision made over the course of this fleeing hunt is being weighed, tipping the scales that will ultimately determine the winner. I am unpleasantly surprised when I realize the prey is aware of my combat style. It covers the vulnerable spots I like to cut open with my monomolecular claws, but this knowledge will not save it from death. My embedded glands spew hyperadrenaline into my bloodstream, and my artificially grown muscles convulsively swell under the porous fabric of my ghost plate. I torment the prey with claws protruding from my forearms and knees, and the prey, 100% chance to succeed on this, banks on brute force trying to break my fragile bones and shatter my joints. Weapon skill, 50%, grabs one of the blades hanging from my belt and aims it at my throat. Medicaid minus 20 of 30%, responds with clinical attacks aimed at my weak points. Or toughness 60%, allows me closer, enveloping me in a deadly embrace and hoping to suffocate me before I tear it to shreds. We'll go with the strength option. Banks on brute force trying to break my fragile bones and shatter my joints. Powerful blows crush the hollow bones drilled by the crafty homunculus. Their lightness served me well during the flight, but has betrayed me here on the ground. I lose my footing, my body going floppy like a rag. My strength waning, I reach for the shard carbide and shoot the prey right in the face at point-blank range. The crystalline projectile whizzes within a hair's breadth of its face. A crushing blow turns my magnificent weapon to rubble with a mournful crunch. The prey grabs me by the throat, lifts me in the air, and snarls. It seems to want to know why I attempted to kill it. Or just I die. Yeah, why are you trying to kill me? Would I tell it if I could? About my petitioner, Koronus the Witch, about how insulted she was by the deaths of her fosterlings, the blood-stained proselytes, in the arena at the hands of my prey, but how badly she wanted to spite the prey's master, the sour-tempered homunculus Tervantius, who had arranged that insult. I do not know, for my throat is crushed and only a faint wail escapes it. I die. I'm dying at the feet of my prey, no, at the feet of a monkey. A humiliating end for one who earned the status of apex hunter of Komorrah through torturous alterations of the flesh and a bloody pilgrimage to the very top of the spires. Does it hurt to perish like this? It does. Is it fair? It is. The chaotic burst of violence that bloodied the streets of Komorrah ends, just as abruptly as it erupted. Such is life in the spires. I've got an old injury now. And Scourge's adrenal glands. Adrenal glands enhanced by the homunculus, capable of dispersing pure hyperadrenaline through the owner's blood. Yeah, I was wanting to go...
It's about time.
To that individual who theoretically is helping us, because he wanted us to give him various monster parts, and we've collected quite a few. And see if anything progresses there to where I can get Cassia or Heinrichs back. I'm hoping that if I help him enough, he'll be more willing to work with me. Yeah, Ulfar is still here. Homunculus' minion. Homunculus promised he would let me assist him in his next experiment. And we do still have some paths we don't know how to get to. Yeah, like here. No lever that I can see that would raise this up to make a bridge. So keeping an eye out for anything like that.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright. Cervantius. Let's talk. Cervantius rushes about the laboratory, snatching up certain tools, vials, and notes. He conceals some of these items inside his own body cavities and destroys the rest. I've done what you wanted. Does no one here wish to hail the victor who defeated the arena's best? Look at me, inhuman, or shall I deal with you as I dealt with the bloodstained proselytes? Or did something happen? Did something happen? I think that's more interesting than just I killed the people like you asked me to. The cult of the fatal thirst craves blood specimen, your blood, my blood. One must be astoundingly insensitive to the vibrations of the Dark City not to realize this. Why do the witches desire my death? I don't care about it, Koronus. You promised to help me get out of here. Why did the witches desire my death? You humiliated them, monkey. Koronus and I agreed that she would send fresh meat against you, but she decided to undermine my authority by sending out her best. You slaughtered them, and so it was the cult's authority that suffered. But who cares about a pathetic monkey? You are my lackey, and thus it is I who is responsible for the undermining of the cult's authority. And it wasn't enough for you to just kill them. You enticed one of the bloodstained proselytes to join the monkey side. As the entire chasm watched, a slap in the face of the cult wasn't enough for you, so you decided to spit in its face as well? You dispatched me to kill the witches. Are you telling me you did not anticipate such consequences? I don't care about Koronus. You promised to help me get out of here, or so what's the plan? Yeah, you dispatched me to kill the witches. Are you telling me you did not anticipate such consequences? It was supposed to go differently. Your performance was supposed to be a lesson in respect, not a declaration of war. You would have killed someone unimportant and made the witches' vanity bleed. The witches would have received your head as a salve for their wounded pride. They would have been reminded for a time that I was still someone who could greatly complicate their existence. Instead, you have failed me. All of you. Koronus did not keep her word, and you did not die in her trap. It is all your fault that things have spiraled out of control. I don't care about Koronus. You promised to help me get out of here. You hear mockery in the homunculus' voice. Forget the old promises, monkey. This is war. My loyal servants are being slaughtered across the chasm. I cannot take any more specimens away with me, and the ones I have already packed are far more valuable than you. And so unravel the rotten threads in the tapestry of fate. Alantok, here's the true nature of the Dark One, a lie hidden behind sweet promises. Having learned from a cruel mistake, I foresaw this outcome. So what's the plan? I will leave the anatomical opera and withdraw to the spire of the reaving tempest. The witches won't dare to settle their scores under the eyes of my patrons, so the Cabal's valuable servant is safe from their ire. As for you, go out into the streets of the chasm and die, or go to the arena and try to kill Koronus. Even if you succeed, you will still die. The homunculus mutters furiously and haughtily. I should have stopped wasting time on this idiocy long ago. All those pathetic simpletons did was weaken my focus and distract me from my masterpiece. At last, I can devote all of myself to it. So I managed to bring about your downfall after all, unholy spawn? Don't be such a coward. Let us face them here and kill them, all of them. I shall end Koronus. Take me with you. We are allies. This is all your fault. It was your idea. That's very true. Him trying to blame it on me. But it's like, I just did what you told me to. You told me to go to the arena and fight. I went to the arena and fought. Yeah, don't be such a coward. Let us face them here and kill them. All of them. The mongo's anxious movements slow to a halt, but the mandibles on his face twitch nervously. An unnecessary risk. This is not a hasty retreat, merely a temporary change of workplace. It seems like a hasty retreat. Cervantius becomes so absorbed in his thoughts that he starts shearing off pieces of his own flesh with scissor-like claws. Enter the arena. The succubi will not pass up the chance to gut you in front of an audience. If you could simply wound Koronus, it would give us both enough time to escape. For that, I will be willing to sacrifice the deadliest and most valuable specimens in my collection. Are you going to give me back my crew? If you manage to kill her, run. Sinistoria will not let such impertinence go unpunished, and her wrath is 100-fold more dangerous than Koronus' fury. Do not return to the chasm. You will find no shelter there. Seek salvation in other spires, and you may prolong your agony for a short time. Since you are intent on fleeing, you may as well release my companions. I found some materials. Are they suitable for your new monster? Tarantius, I offer my apologies for seeking your aid without showing proper respect. What payment can I offer for your invaluable time and attention? No. I'm going to ask about my companions first, of course. You might as well release my companions. I cannot transport them to my new sanctuary. You may take them. I've unlocked the containment sarcophagi for dangerous specimens. Go and inspect them. Some of your servants may still be alive, but do not allow them to use their abilities until I've left the anatomical opera. Found some materials. Are they suitable for your new monster? The homunculus digs through the chunks of flesh with enthusiasm of a hungry vulture. Finally, he snaps, good materials, good specimens. Bring me more. I mean, that's easier if you're not running. So we got the pain converter and the arena beast claws. Tarantius examines the bloody parts with lascivious interest, and he rips an organ out of his own chest, adds it to the trophies, and hisses in satisfaction. An interesting composition, an unusual set of starting parameters that can be strengthened by an original mixture of essences. This will be a mighty beast. I will call it the Anguished Prospector. You have done well, specimen, and for that, you'll be rewarded. Gladiator Mesh Armor. 65%, armor deflection 5 is pretty good. Dodge penalty of only 0.5. For a heavy armor, usually it's 0.75. Base armor property, 3 deflection against melee attacks. So against melee, it's going to be deflection 8. Wow. That's really good armor. Tarantius is silent for a few moments. To repay Koronus for her treachery, I will send the Anguished Prospector to the arena. While the witches are preoccupied with ending your life, the Prospector will kill several of them. Regardless, it is too conspicuous for me to hide from the cult's huntresses. Let my creation perform the symphony of pain for which it was designed. Do I want to see what this option gives. What payment can I offer for your invaluable time and attention? Tarantius' smile is a strange combination of contempt and pleasure. Your paltry possessions do not interest me. If you had something that could intrigue a master sculptor such as I, perhaps a remarkable piece of organics, then I might grant you a few short moments of my time. If it is a sacrifice you want, artisan of flesh, then I am ready to offer myself as one. Iliad's voice vibrates, but she keeps her eyes locked on Tarantius. Will you take my flesh? No. I'm not offering your flesh, Iliad. I will take more than flesh. I can extract something far more valuable from a single shred of your organics. The homunculus smiles unnervingly. This does interest me. I will not remove much of her. Her functionality will not suffer. Iliad, why? This will be a step upon the path of atoning for the errors of my past, Elentok. If my sacrifice will bring you closer to salvation, I will commit myself into the hands of this tormentor. No, we will speak no more of this. Iliad frowns, and you catch a strange look in her eyes, a mixture of sadness, relief, and shame. Tarantius shrugs, and the spark of curiosity in his eyes fades. Master, allow me to take the space marine you keep in a cage. Yes, please? No. The homunculus snaps curtly, and he returns to his work. Noticing that you are still waiting for something, he hisses irritably, still not taking his eyes off the experiment. If you wish to continue wasting my time with your pathetic pleading and whining, specimen, then you know the price. Pay up or get out. Hold out the bag of samples, of course, master. I have nothing to pay you with but my own flesh. Please accept it as a gift, or I cannot pay now. Yeah, hold out the bag of samples, of course, master. Tarantius extracts a piece of flesh, examines it fastidiously, palpating and tearing off fragments, then places it in some sort of container. It will do. Obedient specimen, so be it. You have earned a few minutes of my attention. The answer is still no. This particular monkey specimen has phenomenal parameters. I previously studied 2 other specimens of the same breed, but have yet to untangle their genetic secrets. He also performs well enough in the arena. I will not part with the last specimen. If you do not release the Emperor's Angel, his retribution shall fall upon you, Xenos. With him, I will definitely succeed. It would further both of our interests. It's a good option. Surely it is dangerous to keep such a prisoner in your abode. What if he escapes and comes for your head? The loss of some monkey could never impede the work of a mind as great as yours. Or that poor soul, surely nothing good awaits him in captivity. With him, I would definitely succeed. It would further both of our interests. Terentius narrows his eyes. If you are so helpless, then what use was there in letting you live? The loss of some monkey could never impede the work of a mind as great as yours. Perhaps the genetic subtype of all 3 specimens was defective, and this is the cause of my limited success. In that case, the loss of this specimen would not be significant. I recommend pain as a means of pacification, and you can take his armor. I found it entirely unintriguing. Terentius hands you a bone key. I must take my leave. With a weary sigh, the homunculus turns away from you, his knife-like fingers making an unnerving scraping sound. So he's giving me my crew and the Space Marine. Execution Master. Before I click on anything, let's go for the goods. What are you? Execution Engine Master. Let's look first. Torture device is locked and sealed. And you? Thick walls of this container were clearly designed to hold something extremely dangerous. Let's talk. The Drukhari, who was leaning over the body encased in a strange sarcophagus-like device, turns around. The xenos face is covered by a mirrored mask, and he is holding tools of some kind. They closely resemble a torture's implements than those of a chirurgeon. A guttural hiss comes from behind the mask. What do you want, cattle? Let's examine the body inside the sarcophagus. You instantly recognize the man who is pinned with hooks and bonds to the numerous needles sticking out of the bowels of the device. Despite the deathly pale, bloodless tone of his skin, Interrogator Heinrich van Calix is still alive, judging by his weakly rising and falling chest and his frantically wandering, half-open eyes. His head is tightly encircled by a wide metallic band. Blood is seeping from underneath it. Drukhari notices your interest and grabs his weapon. Get out, cattle. What manner of device is that? Why do you care, cattle? The Drukhari freezes for a moment, and you notice his hands shaking. Terentius sent you for the essence of pain, didn't he? Tell him that the last samples turned out bad, and it will take time to extract pure, unadulterated pain. Yes, a very long time. The monkey is stubborn and strong. But his vitality is waning. I just need to concentrate. The torturer's twitching fingers reach for his victim. Step away from the contraption, I shall let you live. 65%. Something tells me that you consumed the last samples yourself. What do you suppose Terentius will do when he finds out? Essence of pain, you say? I wish to observe the extraction process, or just kill the xenos. Yeah, something tells me you consumed the last samples yourself. What do you suppose Terentius will do to you when he finds out? What? How did you? The torturer hunches his shoulders and begins to shake violently, no longer trying to hide it. How could I resist? Pure unadulterated essence. An extract of true torment. The Drukhari's voice deteriorates into unintelligible hissing before he turns and scurries away. Welcome back, Heinrichs. The body inside the sarcophagus is not moving. Heinrichs appears to have no awareness of his surroundings. His clouded gaze is directed past you. Busted, yep. I mean, releasing was probably the smart thing to do as quickly as possible, but can you hear me? Heinrich's head moves ever so slightly. You get a good look at his eyes now. The pupils are constricted to the size of pinheads. He is blind. His bitten, bloodied lips begin to move. Do the warp with you, beast. I've heard all this before. You won't trick me again. No trick, pull yourself together. I need your help. The God Emperor's chosen will not be addressed in such a way by the likes of you, commoner. Wow. To the warp with me, a splendid idea, but I'm taking you with me, or else Calcazar will have my head on a platter. Oh, we probably should convince him we are who we say we are, so that he doesn't just attack on release. This is no trick. Pull yourself together. I need your help. Heinrich's unseeing eyes move back and forth, struggling to see you. It can't be. Ignatius? Is it really you? Where are you? Are you close by? then in the name of the throne, find a way to get me out of this coffin. Now that I think about it, I would rather leave you the way you are. Farewell, Ben Calix. No, release him from the device. You cut the tubes and pull the hooks and needles and free Heinrichs from his bonds. He almost falls out of the Drukhari device, just managing to stay on his feet. He gestures feebly at his eyes. I can't see a thing. Give me a moment to ascertain what they've done to me. The air around him grows noticeably colder. Blast it. I can't sense my body. What happened to you after we were captured? They moved me multiple times from one place to another, but what those places were, I cannot say. I saw spires in an ocean of mist. I saw the bowels of a Drukhari ship. I almost broke free once. Few things frighten the xenos as much as warp powers. I was close. Heinrich shakes his head. One might consider my words heretical, but I would say it was only due to the homunculus who brought me here that I survived after falling in that struggle. From there it was just this place, this coffin, and pain. Did they blind you? No, I don't think so. It's likely just my body reacting to extended bouts of pain. Heinrich chuckles bitterly. To think that I have forgotten what it's like to experience such basic impulses. As a biomancer, I can stifle my physical reactions. Perhaps that is why I was chosen for this device, because I had distanced myself from the sensation of pain, and because of my stubbornness that forbade me from surrendering. You cannot sense your body. What does that mean exactly? If I knew, I wouldn't be pondering the question right now, Ignatius. I think... He pauses, seemingly listening to something. The circle on my head wasn't inhibiting my abilities. It was turning them inward, binding them inside my body. They made me torture myself with warp energies. I was burning and mutilating my internal organs. Damn Xenos. Heinrich clenches his fists in a fury and immediately winces from the pain. Can you walk? We do not have much time. I can move, yes. Warp take them. I feel like my nerves have been turned inside out and then sewn back like that. For the time being, I will have to suffer pain whenever I take a step until I recuperate. Now that I'm free to use my powers again, it's entirely achievable. Heinrich squints, struggling to see anything through his unfocused eyes. He finally rubs them and turns his gaze to Irliet standing behind you. Ignatius, am I hallucinating, or is that the Xenos who consigned us to this nightmare back in your retinue? The interrogator's voice vibrates with incandescent rage. Yeah, sorry, Heinrichs. Irliet did not want us to suffer this fate. I gave the Xenos another chance. If she fails, I will march her out of the airlock. We are in the realm of the Xenos. We need the Xenos to help us. Will you object to that? Part of me almost wishes that I had the Drukhari crew member with me at this moment as well, just to see his response to that. Why don't we talk about this later? Iliad did not want us to suffer this fate. Of course, this is why she sold us out to her kinsmen at the drop of a hat. Heinrich shakes his head as if chasing away an excruciating dream. Enough. Nothing I hear will reassure me. Probably true. Heinrich looks in your direction and blinks his feeble eyes. We can go, but you will have to guide me for a little while. Okay, we've got Heinrich's back. I think we're about to get Cassia, so I won't bother leveling him up quite yet. I'm assuming that's this. Yeah. Lord Captain, help me, please. Step out. Oh, did you just hit me? I mean, the blast outwards was a smart choice, but I was standing in front of that. At last, I feel something. You see horror and confusion in Cassia's wide open eyes. Her face, neck, and hands are gruesomely scratched, and sticky blood is dripping from the tips of her claw-like fingernails. Why are there so many of you at once? Red, black, violet, scarlet, yellow, dark maroon. Away with you! Stop swarming my thoughts! Ow, can you stop shooting me, please? Cassia clutches her head again, this time covering her third eye, but you can already feel the breath of warp... You can already feel the breath of the warp coming from its gaze. Ignatius, I cannot control it. The powers flowing through Cassia's fragile body make your head swim and your hair stand on end. Your body is burning as if you have been doused with a vat of molten plasteel, and your head is teeming with strange whispers, shadows, voices. Every breath is a struggle, as though something is scratching at your insides, trying to claw its way out of your chest. Your gorge rises, You have survived being exposed to the navigator's open eye, but will your body and mind hold if it occurs again? Damage taken, 12 to us, and Cassia gained 6. That's so minor. Dogmatic, soothe her with prayer. May the Emperor's radiance illuminate our way through the tenebrous gloom, as we that are broken of heart turn to his wisdom. It's a very good option. Persuasion. Not bad, 65%. Cassie, the worst part is over. I'm taking you away from this place. Persuasion as well. Lady Navigator, compose yourself. You are embarrassing the Orsilio name. Coercion. We are in enemy territory. Unless you regain control of yourself, I'll end this tumult personally. Or agility. Pick up a pistol from the floor and shoot Cassia. No, 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 no. We're going to just soothe her with a prayer. May the Emperor's radiance illuminate our way through the tenebrous gloom as we that are broken of heart turn to his wisdom. Cassia struggles to focus her eyes on you. An unfamiliar expression is imprinted on her pale, gaunt face, one that is stern, confident, and imperious. It is the same expression you saw on Theodora von Valentius' face when you first met her. And may his light scatter the darkness ahead, for the Astronomicon is the beacon and his guiding blessing to me. An eerie chill runs down the entire length of your body. It is a feeling you forgot, but recollection swiftly follows. Someone else's turmoil and emotions, and a will that is not your own. This crushing wave is about to consume you. Willpower test succeeded, because of course it did. We had a 150% chance. A haze of anger, despair, and fear smothers you like a burial shroud. But this is not the first time you have had to deal with a surge of foreign emotions assailing your mind. You wish you would die here and now. No, you wish you had never been born in the first place. You summon your will and push these thoughts away as though fending off a sword thrust, and Cassia's feelings dissipate before they can latch onto you. Willpower test, which again, we will pass. Soothe her with prayer. The Emperor is with us so long as we remember our purpose, to serve humankind and to never give in to its enemies. Or persuasion. You are frightened, but that does not mean you can give up. Do not let those emotions consume you. Logic. You have had to rein in your gift before. Try to remember how you did it then. Coercion. Do you want to spend the rest of your days as the homunculus' test subject, or pick up a pistol and shoot her? Nope, we're going to do willpower prayer. The Emperor is with us so long as we remember our purpose, to serve humankind and to never give in to its enemies. With visible effort, Cassia clasps her hands in a gesture of prayer, and to believe in his might and his aid and his wisdom. And if we still have the strength to fight, then fight we shall to the end. Her pale brow furrows, and rivulets of blood run from her nose and eyes. Undeterred, she focuses on bringing her powers under control, until her body jolts as if electrocuted. You know, when darkness envelops you, it takes everything away, leaving no sound, no smells, no solid footing. Darkness devours every color that tries to make its way in. Every color I tried to create inside. Darkness is withering. It swallows the colors. It chews and consumes, but when despair had overtaken me completely, I could sense I was not alone in the darkness. Someone else was with me, someone intangible, cold, and colorless, and that realization ravaged my sanity all the more. When the capsule opened, my mind was drowned in grimy shades of crimson and umber and black, and I'm going mad, Ignatius. I used to think I could control this, but now, you must end this for the sake of my house, for your own safety, for me. Frigid heaviness hangs in the air. Your entire being implores you to run, quickly, now. Soothe her with prayer, the Emperor protects. You will overcome this, Cassia. You are stronger than you think you are. I'm not interested in listening to you vent your grievances. Prove that you are still of use to me, or I shall send you back into the darkness. Whatever happened to you, we can make it right. Put your trust in me. Pick up a pistol and shoot her, or run away. No, soothe her with prayer. As always, the Emperor protects. Even my third eye cannot see the Emperor's light in this accursed place. All my prayers will go unheard. Cassia closes her eyes, and the tremors in her body taper to a stop. With a weary movement of her hand, she adjusts her forehead adornment, taking care to cover her navigator's eye, and you no longer feel the menace that was emanating from her a moment ago. Thank you. Your words, they helped. I feel better already. And now may I escort you out of here? You'll pay dearly for the injuries you have caused me. Come with me. Thank the Emperor. You look like yourself again. Let's depart. There will be other opportunities to talk. Seal her into the capsule. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Kill her or leave Cassia. You're taking Time Bomb. I cannot take you with me. No, may I escort you out of here? Glancing nervously at the homunculus' artifact, Cassia nods courteously. I would be honored, Lord Captain, if I may ask you to lead the way. So we have helped Cassia now. We have an old injury, along with all of our companions' wounds. Do we collect the Space Marine before we go through leveling everyone up? Oh, hello, camera. I guess I should have leveled everyone up first, because there is apparently stuff going on. Anguish Prospector. Is that the creature he built for me? You are not opponent, not interested. That was fast. Alright, let's go up here. More goods to be collected.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, just random goods. No people or anything. Activate the switch. I assume that's how we release him? Oh, and these other switches are probably for whatever the puzzle is that gets us to the other section of goods we saw here. Let's talk to Ulfr first, before we release him. The red-haired giant does not stop singing under his breath and does not seem to notice you, intent as he is on his bloody repast. I need your help. The prisoner looks at you expectantly, without stopping his chewing, but his expression shifts subtly, as if his affected crudeness of mind and manner has been replaced by focus and cunning. I'm planning an escape. Are you with me? Puff up your chest. You, warrior, have the honor of standing shoulder to shoulder with a true hero of the Imperium. Dogmatic, recite the warrior's litany. Even a heretic or a non-human can wet profane blade in the blood of enemies. But a true warrior of humanity does not fight for gratification or trophies. He fights to carry out his will, for that is his duty, and it is a blessing. We're both servants of the Emperor. We ought to help each other in perilous place. Don't you want to slay Xenos with me? Are you a coward then, afraid to come out of your cage? Tervantius gave you to me. Join my party, or stay in your cage then, fool. I'm planning an escape. Are you with me?
Why would I be? You are a stranger. How can I trust you? You could be an enemy. Worse, you could be an idiot.
He clicks his tongue. Alright, now we'll recite the warrior's litany.
You speak well. I have heard these bookish words many times before, but this is the first time I have heard them spoken with such resolve. I see that you believe in them, that you live by them. I respect that. I will help you. Let no one say that I forgot my duty to the Allfather.
The giant sizes you up with interest.
It seems Tervantius is not as clever as he likes to appear if he's letting me out of the cage. The joke is on him. Good steel I have already. But if we are going hunting, I will need my wolf skin.
He rolls his huge shoulders and you hear his joints crack loudly. He lifts his battle knife from the floor. They gave him his knife? While he's in the cage? That seems silly. Decorated with scarlet runes. It seems to be his last surviving possession. weighing it in his hand and wearing a skeptical frown, the wolf says. Throwing back his head, he lets out a blood-chilling howl.
Did you say your name was...
One that contains the deranged mirth of evil spirits dancing on an icy cliff. A predatory grin blooms on his face. What did you say your name was? And we don't get to answer. We're giving him the key, apparently. So I guess that wasn't the button to open his cage. Ulfar's abilities. Ulfar is a space wolf, a mighty space marine. His proportions instill respect in his allies and fear in his foes. But because Ulfar takes up 4 cells instead of 1, okay. Certain mechanics may work differently for him. Ulfar does not use cover or conventional human armor and weapons. Ulfar's unique ability allows him once per combat, instead of losing consciousness due to having his wounds reduced to 0, to become incapacitated for 2 rounds. While in this state, Ulfar cannot be targeted by attacks or suffer damage, and he also counts as full cover for his allies. Only in that state? So if he is unconscious, he becomes full cover, but he's not normally cover. Huh. Seems like he should be able to be used for cover if he's able to be used for cover when he's unconscious. Once 2 rounds have passed, Ulfar can act again and regains 50% of his maximum wounds. Furthermore, Ulfar is an arch-militant, and arch-militants' keystone abilities allows them to gain stacks of versatility each time they make an attack whose type is different from the previous one the arch-militant used. For the purpose of this ability, attack types are single shot, melee attack, single target or burst, area melee attack, area ranged attack, and ranged burst attack. For each stack of this effect on the arch-militant, their weapon skill and ballistic skills are increased by 5. If the arch-militant accumulates 4 or more stacks of this effect, their attacks start dealing an additional 3 times the arch-militant's weapon skill bonus, or 3 times the arch-militant's ballistic skill bonus damage, whichever is greater. Yeah, so arch-militant is what we are, but he's actually probably going to use it because he has melee and ranged weapons. Probably charge him in with his chain sword, or I guess axe in this case it looks like, and a bolt pistol, so that he can use his pistol in melee range. Something like that. He's only level 20 right now. Okay. Let's replace Abelard, I think. We're going to use you as a melee tank. Do we replace Heinrichs? I mean, Abelard currently has the crippled leg and stolen time. So it feels like he's not at his best. So yeah, we'll bring Ulfar in for Abelard. And yeah, he's got his armor on now. And now let's level up everyone. This is going to take a moment. Alright, because you're going to get 2 levels. There were some force skills, right? Like using force weapons that I ignored. Comet meditation, I think, is still good. The bonus to willpower. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo grabs Space Puppy by the toe. Sure. Comet meditation. Critical hit scored by anyone within the psyker's line of sight, including the psyker themselves, increase the psyker's critical damage by 1% until the end of combat in stacks. That's good. Sanctified Slayer, the psyker's critical hit chance increases by 5%. Also great. Whenever the psyker is not in target's line of sight or in cover. No, that doesn't really apply to you. Psychic powers have longer... No, 6 cells or farther away also doesn't really matter to you. Increasing range doesn't matter. Yeah, none of these strike me as terribly important. Oh, +5 damage deflection against the first attack made by every enemy this combat. Most enemies aren't going to get multiple attacks on him. Like, we're not really in drawn-out attacks where a single enemy is hitting our frontline characters over and over. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack... lost track of where I was. The warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional 5 damage. Yeah, maybe. Area attacks deal an additional 3 damage for each enemy in the area of effect. Plus 20% armor if they don't attack. Charge and slash do not affect this bonus, so I can charge and slash, and it counts as not attacking, so I get the bonus armor. How are charge and slash not considered attacks? But okay. Start of their turn, they gain 1 temporary wound for each stack. It only goes up to 5, which isn't great. Someone's not bad. Damage from charge is good. No. Increased charge distance, that's not bad. Oh, not ending movement for charge and slash. Very good, because I always hate that. And that one's also good, but we're going to go with rigorous training. The ending movement is awful. And then skill-wise, looks like athletics is your main thing. We've taken out Abelard from the team, so maybe Carouse, although it wouldn't surprise me if the Space Marine has it. 75, but he's probably going to get lots of boosts in the next 16 levels we have to go through for him. 18 levels? I don't know. Lots of levels. But yeah, we'll boost your Carouse. So I could grab these. But these are now our second tier archetypes. So these would be the archetypes for being a vanguard as opposed to being a warrior. It's not bad. He has temporary wounds pretty regularly, so plus 10% parry and armor is good. I'm going to say no to taking less damage. Yeah, I guess I don't really care about the Vanguard class. None of the abilities are that interesting to me. Mainly because we're never really bunched up, and it's all built around the assumption that you've got the Vanguard and then a bunch of allies within like a couple of squares of them. And that's just not how we fight. So it seems kind of like a worthless class. I'll just increase your chance to critical hit. I think it's fine. Cassia, what are your exemplar class stuff? Alright. Still, bonus willpower for not having a ranged weapon is always great. For all of our psykers / psyker adjacent. And then first tier. Your first tier was what? Officer, right? Yeah. Bonus to weapon skill. Increasing range is cool. We're sometimes outside of it. Ooh, voice command and bring it down costs less AP. That's very good. Heroic acts get used, so that's going to be useful. Huh. It's not bad, not amazing. Because it just means for one turn, whoever she uses voice of command on, which is one ally, I think, they get 90% bonus to damage. We're not down on health very often, so I don't think that one's crazy. Yeah, something like that. So I like that. Probably is the best. Then skill-wise, she's got a bunch that are just way too good. Persuasion at 155, that's just absurd. But of the skills that she's focusing on, coercion is our lowest. So let's, I guess, boost that up. And then second tier talents. So this is for being a grand strategist. That's neat. Making the backline area give cheaper attacks. That could be good, maybe. Yeah, most of these I don't particularly care about. Yeah, I guess I just don't use a lot of tactics. Like, the kill zone is one of the few I actually use. So, doesn't seem that important. We'll go with fire at will. Alright, Ulfar, you're gonna be a thing. You're a soldier, so he is intended to be predominantly a ranged focused character, soldier rather than warrior. This is gonna take forever. Like, I'm glad he's on our team, but all of those levels plus the next archetype. And considering we haven't used him yet, I don't really know how he plays. Rude, what did Will do to me? I don't know what you're talking about. Two stacks of versatility could be good, because he's probably going to be a real arch-militant. Whenever entering combat, gains weapon skill and ballistic skill until the end of combat. Very good. I managed to miss getting him, so I cannot advise. You said fire at will. You missed getting him, really? Wow. Botched it up somehow? That's crazy. So bonus to critical damage. Tempting. Didn't come back and engage before doing too much elsewhere. Wow. Bonus to armor. Sounds good. Yeah, my crew is really good, so it's not like I need him. But it's going to be fun to see his story. You're playing another playthrough? I struggle with the idea of doing second playthroughs of these just really long games. Like, once I've played through a game, it's like, well, now I've finished it, and it's like I want to do other things. Like, yeah, there's more to see. I could try doing a heretical run or a iconoclast run. It's like I'd rather just move on to another game. Yeah. I assume at some point I might come back and replay this, just to see what other ways the story can go. Oh, use two-handed ranged weapons within melee range. That's tempting. Get him just a giant two-handed bolter. Yeah, I just don't know how much he's going to be using area attacks or not. That's the problem with this. I just don't know how his build runs. That's pretty good. I don't know if he's using an axe, hammer, or las weapon, but maybe. Can boost skills, various characteristics. Yeah, psyker main character is just so powerful. And definitely there's a lot of me pulling me towards iconoclast. I decided to go dogmatic, but yeah, iconoclast often feels better. Yeah, I think that's marking most of the things that I thought were interesting. We'll just boost your weapon skill and ballistic skill. I think that's a fine choice. Then speaking of, what do we do with the rest of this? You are a soldier, so we'll focus on ballistics, but we're probably going to raise them evenly to some extent. Huh. Definite maybe. I can't see him going cautious approach. Doesn't seem his style. We'll go devastating attack. It sounds cool. Let's see. Okay, so these are all just the basic talents. Then skill-wise, what are we going to do with you? Athletics and demolition is what it's recommending. Well, with Abelard out of the party, you probably are going to be an athletics guy for me. Carouse as well. Are these the same groupings of talents? Yeah, that we've already looked through. Boost your weapon skill next. Perfect. Something like that. Boost athletics again. I think so. We've already got a demolition person. Yeah, Irliet. Awareness, certainly we don't need you for. Carouse. Hynix is at 85, so he is better. Technically. And I guess weapon skill. Alright, so you've got Steady Superiority, which does what? Until the end of combat, the Archmilitant can make one additional attack each turn. Right, that's what we have. First time you reach 0 wounds while under the effects of Steady Superiority or Heroic Sacrifice, the Archmilitant restores 20% of their maximum wounds and loses this effect. Probably not. Every attack grants a stacking 2% bonus to critical hit chance. Definite maybe. Attacks do not spend all movement points. Additionally, each attack grants a stacking 5% bonus to dodge for 1 round. Or can use both the Heroic Act of the Archmilitant's archetype and the Heroic Act of Warrior or Soldier in a single combat. I think the stacking critical hit chance makes the most sense. Let's boost your Carouse. Your athletics is already going to be up to 100. Critical versatility seems fine. Weapon skill. Melee weapon specialist. Confident approach. Dependable. Keep boosting weapon skill. I was able to boost ballistic skill once, and then it prevents me from selecting it again. But this is, I think, my 4th boost into weapon skill. Something seems wrong about that. Boost carouse again. Tenacity. Let's boost toughness to a nice round number. And then I guess strength. We could instead actually boost strength twice. Strength and strength to get it up to 90. Alright, I have already grabbed basically all the things I wanted. Could keep boosting characteristics. Like raise your ballistic skill up. And here. Probably that. Okay, that's the end of his arch-militant. He should now... There we go. Exemplar of shows it is locked, but I'm like, he should be able to take that. What's your dodge looking like? 70%? It's definitely a maybe. Just keep boosting your critical hit chance and critical damage. Because he's got kicks, so he should be able to push targets, I think, pretty regularly. Yeah, leveling up takes so long in this game. There's just too many options. Agonize over most choices unless you're waiting to be able to grab a big upgrade skill. Yeah. bonus to their strength equal to 20% of their maximum wounds. Are you serious? 20% of your maximum wounds is like 37? 38? 36? I can't math on screen, but are they really going to give him a plus 30 something strength? Because that would be insane. And I would gladly take it. I can't give him Psychic Awakening? Shame. Turn him into an unsanctioned psyker? Yeah, better look at everything to make sure you didn't forget something important. Yeah. Is critical hit chance a thing that's shown here? No. Would be nice to be able to see. Okay, that's a ton of things marked. But I think I want to go with peak condition because just that giant of a bonus to strength is going to be super good. We'll have to keep it in mind, 180 to see how far it levels up. Demolition instead of intelligence is used to determine additional damage dealt with ranged area attacks. Huh. I mean, demolition's not really his thing, but it's an interesting skill. I mean, you can't even use cover. I like the idea because I'm assuming he's going to be doing a lot of his attacks at point blank. Something like that. What to do? I think we were wanting to keep boosting his carouse. Although I could keep boosting his athletics. Now let's boost Carouse. Get that to be a bit higher. Custom to Glory's fine. Yes, resistance tests probably apply to things like kicking and shoving enemies around. So that's probably good. I probably should look into these ones as well. Okay. Alright, let's see what happens to his strength. Plus 37 is what it's showing. Going from a 90 to 127. Wow. Just from that one talent that says that he gets a bunch of strength based on his health. That's craziness. His strength bonus that he gets to add to things like damage is a 12. That's an absurd amount of strength. Now I gotta figure out this puzzle of how to get to where we're going in these areas. First, we'll just try hitting this switch, see what it does. Does it raise this bridge? It does. What a difficult puzzle. I managed to solve it. Let's check out our formation. Cassia should not be up front. Let's put Heinrichs. You two up front seems good. And then Pascal and Cassia. That feels much better. What do we have here? Beat of Might. If the wearer has 8 or more action points at the start of their turn, they gain plus 30% damage for the rest of the combat. Okay. Iron Cape. If the wearer has plus 10 agility and fellowship. Whenever the wearer's wounds should be decreased to 0 for the first time, they are restored at 50. I don't think that one's great. Long range aim lens. Increases range attack distance by 2 cells. Don't care. Injectors. Restores 35 wounds, removes bleeding, toxin, burning, and melting. Heals 1 trauma and all injuries without skill tests. I mean, that's good. Prism-shaped Xeno artifact is made from a black metal that is oddly cold to the touch. The strange device has no visible seams, buttons, or holes. Odd. We probably should also look at your gear. So you've got a bolter pistol, as expected, and a combat knife. Probably want to give you... They're calling that a knife? That's a sword, dude. combat knife, 16 to 27 damage. And then he has a two-handed bolter that they are claiming is light. Let's check out this light bolter in your hands. Isn't that such a light bolter? For a human sword, for a marine, it's a knife. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, but still. Action points are based on agility? How do we increase... Is it agility? How do you increase the number of action points? No? I don't know how it determines how many action points we have. Because it feels to me like someone like him would have a lot of action points, but I don't know. Oh, right. We were wanting to give Heinrichs this thing. Yeah, melee attack damage is increased by 12. Gladly give that to you. I mean, might as well give you longer range just because. Don't know if I'm actually going to use it at all. So much of this equipment he can't use. It's just not made for his size. Have you seen the And They Shall Know No Fear secret level episode? That doesn't sound familiar. Enemies within the wearer's area attack suffer dodge penalties. Your second attack against them is automatically dodged. Revel and Slaughter increases perception and stacks. That's not bad. Yeah. We'll go with that. There are probably other items here that would be alright. I can give him rings that are designed to fit on normal people's fingers. I'm sure it totally works. You get to briefly see Titus as a boy, the MC from Space Marine 1 and 2, and he's dragging a combat knife like it's a two-handed sword. Yeah. Something like that's fine. Yeah, Space Marines are just huge.
Victory awaits!
So we want to... I guess lower these. Let's see if we can figure this out. Have you watched Astartes? I have. I watched Astartes ages ago, and it was fantastic. And hard to believe it was made by, I think, just one guy. Okay, that's not doing what I was wanting. Not that that surprises me overly much. Ah, did that do what I needed? Yeah. Well, puzzle solved.
None shall stand in my way.
Whenever the wearer dodges an attack, they become a priority target for the attacker until the wearer's next turn. Interesting. Stinger Ring fires a single stinger pod shot that deals 12 to 21 damage and has 100% armor penetration. Stuns. Start of combat, the wearer inflicts bleeding on themselves. Lovely. Whenever the wearer performs an area melee attack, they inflict bleeding on all hit creatures. Grants 30% armor and inflicts minus 20 penalty to agility for 2 rounds. No, none of that strikes me as terribly important. Was there anything else? Because it feels like I dealt with those switches too easy, but I don't see anything. Yeah, we can't interact with the buttons anymore, so I guess that means we solved the puzzle with 2 button presses. So we are ready to go. They Shall Know No Fear, while made by a team, includes the creator of Astartes. Secret level is on Amazon if you have Prime. If you thought Astartes was amazing, and I do, and still rewatch it, you'll lose your gene seed over that secret level episode. So it's something on Amazon Prime, made by the Astartes guy, along with others. You've insulted the cult of the Fatal Thirst, outsider. You have insulted the fighting pit itself. The witches are longing for you to die. I mean, you can try it. Pretty sure you'll lose.
Take a knee and bow before me. You will fall.
So, grotesque, whatever you are, is apparently an enemy. I was planning on just quickly leaving because we're basically at the end of the stream, but it looks like we're in a fight. So, we'll do this fight and then we'll end the stream. What do I want to do with all these people? Normally I get into cover, but that just doesn't seem like it's going to be a thing. Alright, Cassia, pull back as best you can. Same with Ignatius and Irliet. Melee people, you need to keep all of us safe. We'll send you to deal with all of them. No, rather, we'll send you to deal with the 4 of them. Pascal, you're good with groups, so send you here to deal with all of them. Please don't die. And you, Ulfar, get to tangle with this grotesque. And we'll have to see how this plays out. Probably going to play out poorly. Cassia's back, so we get to actually use her stuff first. She always goes first, which is nice. What is this? The Signet of the Inquisition provides beneficial powers, grants 50 momentum, removes all common negative effects from the wearer and their allies, grants 22 temporary wounds, 15% armor, and 3 deflection to the wearer and their allies until the end of combat. Right, we got that, and we haven't really been in a fight since. Front line. Probably should give that to Ulfar and the grotesque. But part of me wants to set it up like in one of these spots to help out some of our other characters, and I think I will.
Navigator, not a servitor.
Okay. This is ranged attacks, critical chance, etc. So we'll give it to the 2 of you. And then a dodge bonus for Cassia. Sure.
If I may.
Kill zone here.
A job for the serfs.
Let's bring it down on Ignatius. Light himself on fire.
Problem for me. Nothing I can't do.
And we'll do a run and gun. Now I can hit someone else. Who do I think needs to be on fire? I'm thinking the grotesque.
Suits my purposes.
And inflame. get some additional damage going on you. Why can I not see their difficulties? It's kind of annoying. Back to Cassia. Let's try Inquisitor's Tenant.
High momentum.
It does give us high momentum. I was wondering if that would give it to us on a single turn. So if I do Finest Hour now on Ignatius. Actually, let's hold off on that for the moment. Give him plus 30 willpower first, because that's more fun. And Voice of Command.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Then take another turn when you've got tons of characteristic
I'll show
bonuses.
you why navigators are feared.
Alright. Now let's light everything on fire. Start with you,
Problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost.
then move on to you.
All too easy.
Then let's have some fun with you.
You didn't stand a chance.
Let's see.
Nothing
after
I-
you.
Nothing of value has been lost.
We'll do Steady Superiority,
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
since we had filled up the momentum already.
Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance.
Go after you,
All too
you.
opposing me was your biggest
We're
mistake.
back to high momentum again. Revel in Slaughter, which will allow me another run and gun. Okay, you guys have 30 health, so you guys don't matter. Same there. Is that it? We've got... Okay, we just have the grotesque that's left. I can't do a Melta, sadly. So we'll just light you on fire again. You're not quite dead. You're down to 8 hit points. Alright, we'll do Inflame.
Suits my purpose. Nothing of value
There we go.
has been lost.
Grotesque is dead. And that gives me another turn again. So we'll take out the two of you.
You didn't stand a chance.
Alright, I think that's all I can do on my turn. So we're left with 3 tormented captives left in this fight. And it's still technically Cassia's turn. So we'll end our turn. Cassia gets to finish her turn. Do I think I'm a little overpowered? Just a touch. Let's step her forward and use her third eye. Doesn't actually kill them. That's a shame.
Be careful not to cross my
Do it
gaze.
anyway. You get one more attack. Let's just have them be forced to move,
I am a
which should kill them.
navigator. Duty demands.
Perfect. So by the end of Castia's turn, the first turn of combat, there's a 1 tormented captive left. Alright, Irliet. Your turn. Just shoot him.
If it serves your cause, another soul slips beyond the veil.
Hey, Nocturne. The already familiar baritone calls out to you from the shadows. The key unlocks a door that then will lead to one who only happenstance will free. Your chance I'll be, to me the bolt will cede. Your part comes next to break the bonds and flee. The key unlocks the door to one that only happenstance will free. Is there another being here that we can free? Or are they saying about a path or future that will be free if we use the key? To you, the merchant vagabond, I bring the gift of providence, but will you look? Cassia clutches her head at the sight of the Harlequin, and scarlet blood starts trickling down her cheeks. Your colors, Xeno, are fractured and wrong, as if refracting through a distorted prism. Which should be familiar is dispersed, and the bedazzling shades won't stop twisting madly. The Xenos, tilting his head to the side, looks at Cassia with curiosity. So many things can three eyes glimpse at once. Shael's veiled paths and caverns of the soul, but with 1,000 sights you could not see the wrecks of fate beneath reality. Paths creaking waltz will twirl you round in halls of intertwining serendipity, but not just yet. The dance calls for a pair. Your partner is, for now, tied up with me. I do not understand. Oh, nectar sweet, your name is ignorance. Make sure to savor every drop before your glass is drained by insight in a blink. You've helped me more than once already. I'm listening. I shall deign to spare you 1 whole minute of my extremely valuable time. Do not waste it. One more word about rolls, dances, or keys, and I will shoot you myself be gone. Now, we're working with this guy. He seems generally on our side. You have helped me more than once already. I'm listening. Both opening and warning is my boon. Your fate hangs by a thread drawn breaking tight. But with a show of patience opportune, the merchant certain death will turn to flight. You stride not into battle, but a snare. Of guile and strife, a neatly woven net. Lust mistress lifts her sword into the air, and bang for your blood her pack does set. So a dance a ring around oblivion. Wait a sign from night's own melody. Catch sight of it, and then make haste be gone. One yawning mouth, one leap to set you free. Requires iconoclast. So Koronus is planning to kill me in the next fight, but you are ready to effect my escape. All I must do is survive the arena, wait for your sign, then run. You cannot possibly mean into a literal mouth, so you must mean for me to leap into a portal of some kind. Do I have that right? What sign do you mean? A mouth? What are you talking about? If I'll be walking into a trap, why do you not simply extract me now? Probably because fate, what he sees of the future, says it has to play out this way. If you wish to help me, why don't you finally demonstrate these exceptional skills of yours and aid me in battle? Wait for a sign, run into a kind of mouth, understood? I don't know what I expected when I agreed to accept your help. You were talking riddles again. Now we're gonna go through this. So yeah, go into the arena, survive, and jump into a portal. The Harlequin sweeps into a low bow, like an actor who has performed before a true lover of high art. He seems satisfied with your answer. The Xenos lays a finger over the mute lips of his mask and vanishes as if to convey that your conversation is a great secret known only to the two of you. That fight was crazy. If you can call it a fight. It was quite short. Monofilament grenade, nice. Bunch of monofilament grenades. Alright. I think with that, I'm going to call the stream over. Next time we will probably head to the pit to see if we can meet with our Drukhari friend, ? And then maybe we go to the arena, I guess. Yeah, thanks for being here, Main Pious Fool. I appreciate it. And I'll see you next weekend when we continue this. Bye.